Уважаемые
Dear friends, we are very glad to welcome you at the International Conference Conservation and Museification of Archaeological Wood and Organic Materials. I see here a lot of familiar faces here, and we worked with them and we communicated with them, and I'm very pleased that you were able to come. There's a number of very interesting and fruitful days to come that will have our dialogue in this auditorium, and we'll be visiting our monuments in the Republic of Tatarstan, tourist sites of the town island of Sviarsk and Great Bulgar. The program, you all have it. Plus, I'd like to say to the participants of the conference that we propose such a wonderful book. It's there in the handout. That is the catalogue of the Museum of the Archaeological Wood of Tatar Settlement of the Museum Reserve of the town island of Sviarsk. And I'd like to give the welcome word now to the State Councillor of the Republic of Tatarstan, Mr. Mintimer Shaymiev, a person that did tremendous amount of work to preserve the cultural heritage of our republic, to preserve the cultural heritage of Russia, and so that it became world renowned. Whatever suits you best, Mr. Shaymiev. Well, when we speak about archaeology, I can speak from the point being closer to the ground, you know? Dear guests, I really enjoyed the name of this conference. And it deserves being named as international because the materials and the level of the world-renowned scientists in Russian Federation and from other countries, I mean our guests, it is good that we are all together, and today we can meet and communicate related to this topic and see for ourselves what it is. Only now I get to know that oxygen gives life and oxygen can kill. And with archaeology that is the case. When oxygen can, really damage things. And each feature has its own destiny. Each object has its own destiny. It gets created and then it passes away. It's quite notable that our international conference, well, it is really an international in terms of representation of the countries and the materials to be used and followed. Our conference is happening in the year of cultural heritage in the Russian Federation, of the nations of Russia, and celebration of 1,100 years anniversary celebration by the adoption of Islam by Volga, Bulgaria. The topic is big. We, though, shall not stop. And just imagine over our time. And it is very good that we live in our country, in the Russian Federation. And as a holiday, we observe the joining of history and the importance of various religions, when it was possible to say, like, sometime we will celebrate 1100 years anniversary of adoption of Islam by Bulgars, by the order, by the decree of the President of the Russian Federation, Mr. Vladimir Putin. And we will celebrate it. It was widely celebrated, and we really would want that such proposals that we can organize similar things in other regions of the Russian Federation. This works towards the respect to the nations that reside in Russia, like all of the nations and peoples who we are. And on the basis of it, and with this concept, we can reach the growth, the spiritual growth of our society. Well, because time today is quite peculiar, and we need to openly speak about it and deal with it. And we have to speak for ourselves, because we get the understanding like that. And I believe 1100 years anniversary of Islam would be an epoch event, or even a landmark in the Orthodox Russian Federation as the holiday of Bulgars. This is at the place where Kama and Volga join each other, rivers, and we have delivered, in accordance with a specialist evaluation, we have museified, and we continue to museify. And just recently at the Congress of Tatars, we have announced that we'll do our best so that these lands will be mostly visited by children from all over Russia, because only through lessons you have to visit it, and you have to feel it for yourself and take all the very best. And we are planning on those moments. Plus, there is a significant growth of visitor numbers occurring. Our international conference is being hosted within the year that was announced in Russia as the year of the cultural heritage of the peoples of Russia. And I shall show that in terms of the revival and maintenance and preservance of the monuments of our republic, we deal with it very thoroughly on a subject-related basis. In the recent 10 years now, it is time to look at it, to evaluate what is the condition of these objects, what is the level, and what is the level of our understanding of things happening in the world, like in the confessional relations. And when you do it, when people understand it, there are people unite. And because of that, we need to work and we need to live together, reside together. So I believe the maintenance of the natural heritage, of cultural heritage of our motherland, this is one of the most important tasks. And through the Republican or Revival Fund, it assists a lot of people have assisted to us, to our fund. We have created it. There was a revival in various times and epochs, and it's coming from the people, from ourselves, and with the full support of the administration of the country. all of us, we are improving our spirituality and our mentality. Spirituality, was not easy to acquire. We are talented, we are gifted, but the ways and the fate that we have underwent in the recent, say, 100 years or 1.5 years, so the problem of gaining spirituality without the religions, we were unable to get to know it. And we get to understand that more and more over time. Through the Revival Fund, this is the fund, but I shall note there was like a year like that with the yield, like 10 years ago. The nose charity. I was like first secretary of the party. So I was the head of the region. So all of the administrators of the region, I have gathered them together, and we said, okay, you see, the harvest is big. It's 2 or 3 times. It's 200 or 300 kilograms higher than usually. Let's create a fund to revive the heritage, both material and spiritual. So 200 kilograms from hectares, irrelevant of the nationality. Just run meetings in all of the villages and settlements, delivering them such an idea. Over a year, a successful year, we have accumulated 30 billion non-denominated rubles. So that was before the perestroika times. And the director of the fund is here. And people have taken it. The meetings in all of the settlements and villages, they were delivered. So, that was pure luck. Or God the Almighty have given us this extra harvest. So that's how it all started. And if there is a will, if there is a wish, we have to utilize it. And we need to maintain the mutual understanding. Because there will be loads of misunderstandings happening. This is lacking, that is lacking. And we are aware of it. This is our regular life. But we have to resolve those issues. And we have forgotten that where we started. So Kol Sharif Mosque was constructed. So we have sent the designers to travel the world. They brought the projects, then they have improved the projects, and they have constructed the Kol Sharif Mosque. And then it all started. This is one of the samples to construct the mosque. And after that, the cathedrals, the churches that we have revived. Stay longer in Kazan and in Tatarstan. See them for yourself. And it really gives strength and gives us the assurance that we can do it and that we can deliver it. Tatarstan, the fact that it's developing, we can. We said ourselves, yeah, we can. If you said we can, well, you have to be capable in such a case if you promised it to yourself. So we are achieving the targets set through the labor and through the mutual understanding, of course. And I shall note that there were no many objects in Russia adopt having the universal outstanding value to the humanity. In year to year, the number of such objects is increasing in Russia, and the number of objects you are able to inscribe them onto the UNESCO World Heritage List. We're very thoroughly working with UNESCO, and I just would like to say that to work with UNESCO, it's very important. Many people have not yet started. If you work with such an organization, you have to work following their rules, so that there are no arguments, that there are no mistakes, that we do not need to reconstruct it additionally. And I can say that we have a great team. They are present here, archaeologists and scientists. There are certain world requirements, and we have to, local specialists have improved their skills and mindsets, and they can work on more complex objects now. Everything is possible. Everything can be delivered by the hands of people. We can do it. This is all available and accessible. Our magnificent scientists that are here, that have gained this knowledge, and they had gained knowledge around the world, and we're really proud of it. And the objects that were inscribed onto the UNESCO World Heritage List that and they are controlled as well, because you have taken the obligation. You have to control it so that it maintains in the way it is, even when we worked on those objects. This is the outstanding Russian and foreign scientists have worked on this territory. So we had to, they were fixing with cement. Even now, when we were reviving those objects, UNESCO have said it, cement has to be removed. So the limestone needs to be the basis to connect the remains all together. If it was with limestone in the first place, so and the limestone it affected by the temperature. But I can say that we maintained it. We maintained the historical thing. But we are here today to exchange our opinions, to exchange our experiences. And I feel really sorry. It's better to deliver it. It's better to create it well in the first place. Recreate it in a proper manner. And such an approach allows us to reconstruct our own minds, and that is the best. So I'm talking about the simple things. And that is the approach that we must utilize. And I shall note that in the recent years, 3 objects were inscribed onto the UNESCO World Heritage List. And all these 3 objects are located on our territory. We're truly having the historical mission to preserve, rich cultural heritage of the peoples of Mid-Volga region, and to multiply it and to pass it to the new generations. The experience of cross-ethnic and cross-confessional peaceful coexistence, that is our core value. I shall also say that when dedicating ourselves to such deeds, you forget about the current You forget about your current problems, such as like health, some worries or something, and it affects it. You feel yourself as being needed, and that is the most important. I'd like to give you an example and to say words you have heard Mr. Vladimir Putin. One of his recent speeches, like the total plenary session of the International Valdai Discussion Club, the development must come within the dialogue of civilizations, based on moral and spiritual values. Please pay attention to every word of this. What is it worth? How do you understand it? And what is more to come to improve our state? And then we get the discipline, and then you pass this experience to the next generation, including your kids and other youngsters. Different civilizations have different understanding of the humanity. That's what he said at the Valdai Club. And the nature of the human, it's different on the top, but there is inner spirituality within, and it is like that. And so the main foundation where we stand, it's very important, and that's how our future must be constructed. Because always expecting for the future, we're expecting the future. But to feel it, to bring it closer, to pass it on to the next generations, it is a must. Because spirituality doesn't come with it. It was difficult to maintain spirituality in our biography. We faced wars, we faced revolutions, and reconstruction of the whole society called perestroika, reconstruction of the economy, change of freedoms, rights of ownership, private property. The whole country was transformed. But we have to live it through. So we're together here, and as I said, International Conference on Archaeology of Wood. If a number of years I would have told that this is possible, I would have been called, I would say, you have to be sincere at all times. You have to be sincere at all times. Museum of Archaeological Wood, Tatar settlement of the town island of Sviyersk. It was just at the bottom, on the outskirts by the river. And we started this settlement. We underwent the UNESCO approval process. You will visit it and you will see it for yourself. And we always, quarrel and argue. There's a number of water reservoirs, big areas of water where Volga joins Kama, and what these water reservoirs, they are used to produce electricity. We had to raise the water level, and they were all waterlogged, those wooden items. We excavate them now. We take them out. That's why we call it archaeological wood. It cannot face the oxygen, really. It cannot breathe. And while staying in water, it preserves. It gets preserved in its own way. And in our university, we have created a special lab. The wood, once we get it, so that it is not filled with air, otherwise it will rot. Our labs, they work, they deoxygenate the findings, and then we start processing them. Those that haven't visited the museum, with all my heart, I propose to you, well, stay longer. Really, you have to see it. You have to see it. I cannot really tell it with my words. You have to come and see it for yourself. With my own eyes, I saw it. I was amazed that it is possible. Only 4 museums like that in the world of the archaeology of wood. And by the words of the former Director General of UNESCO, Irina Bokova, here we have one of the best museums. We considered the mistakes made previously, so we did our best to avoid them and to improve it. You have to come and see it for yourself, really. That is the case when once seeing is worth everything. Sviazhsk. This is an island. It was founded to conquer Kazan during Ivan the Terrible times. And I shall note that, well, that the history of it, I'm talking about archaeology, and that amazes us today. There's this the Secretary General of UNESCO. She was quite amazed. Here, there's a big MUSEUMIFICATION layer that was revealed, and it have opened a new page in maintaining the cultural heritage of our motherland. And it will take a specific place in getting to know the Russian culture and the richness of it. When we speak about the rich culture, and we start thinking that, well, have I evaluated it correctly on it? Well, the word has been said, and you have to see it, and you have to make sure. And through seeing that culture, you get the understanding of our country that we truly value. It's multi-confessional, it's multinational, and while, well, if we create more, we unite more. If we maintain more, we unite more. There are no decree of the President of the Republic of Tatarstan, and I was like that, and the current President does the same. Whatever object that we reconstruct, that we revive, it is obligatory for us to take 2 objects. One object is Orthodox, and the second object must be Islamic. It must be well balanced. So what I say, when we were constructing the first mosque, when we established the mosque, now it's okay. We can say yes, we can, and it brings joy to people. At the end of the day, there are only 2 objects, Sviazhsk and Bulgar. 1.6 million people visiting those objects. There's only those 2. And tourists, they come and visit to see good sights and to have good conditions of stay. And that is the growth, and that is the understanding, and everything that we want to reach and everything that we want to see. Undoubtedly, and even in the recent 12 years when we started, because the federal objects of the heritage, they do have them. The federal money is allocated over there, but the money that has been allocated, it's not enough for them to be preserved. When we were speaking with Mr. Vladimir Putin, I say, we reside in a very beautiful spot. There's Volga River, Kama River, the cities. There are high guests that come to Russia. You send them to St. Petersburg. I say, well, please send them to the other cities. And we reached an agreement, and we did everything. And I call them, and we created the number of conditions. The conditions for tourists to accept those big numbers. And the other thing I want to mention, well, the commission is now chairing in Moscow, headed by the Minister of Construction of Russian Federation, Mr. Husnulin. He used to work as minister here in the Republic of Tatarstan. And on the results of the celebration of the voluntarily adoption of Islam by Volga, Bulgaria. It was proved by the spiritual people, by muftis, scientists, academics, and your brains work well, and you really worked harder. And that's what can be delivered. And it has to be delivered. Who is in charge of There's also a conference on the results of celebration of 1100 years anniversary. We can give them the welcome world. We can, send them some greetings. While we are here, like around 4 or 5 sentences to send them. There are never simple times. We have to maintain our country, maintain our life, and when we face the material difficulties, but a lot can be achieved. It's just for the people to understand. And thanks to being all together during the perestroika years, we were able to supply gas to all of the villages and settlements in Tatarstan. Because we have explained to people that they need gas. You work at the enterprises. The enterprises owe for the gas. There was Ramvyacherev. He came once, he says, there's not enough money to pay to the gas people. I said, there are no money. That was in the transition period. I said, well, we owe you. Let us, to provide gases to create gas network in Tatarstan, and we put it onto your balance of your company. And we have covered the debts and our industrial enterprises what they have owed to Gazprom, and everybody won. Now the population is growing and we need additional capacities already. But at the time, it was a great solution of an acute problem. So we need to understand each other. And we really need to act. And sometimes it's not that simple. We are aware when we progress rapidly, not everybody approves it. And we can do it. We really can deliver. And for the best of it, loads can be done. You would not believe when perestroika have started. We have recorded all of the slums that were located in Kazan. We eliminated the slums. Then we have checked. There was a list of the number of houses, cathedrals, churches in the region. They were preserved. We didn't have the Catholic Church on our territory. There was a number of requests, so we constructed the Catholic Church. People needed. We only live once. If we can do it jointly, and through that we find a way to mutual understanding, then we shall deliver it. I have consumed too much time of yours already, but plus we have started new projects. Polylingual schools, 6 schools we've launched already, so that there are no language issues or misunderstanding. What we did, there's a Russian, is the language of our state. The second language is the language of our republic. And language number 3 at the selection of parents. 6 schools we've launched already. More than 1,000 pupils study there free of charge. You have to come and see those schools. I can say, well, we can't really speak about it, but it will take me like 3 days. We all have our own problems, but problems will remain once we pass it through, until we pass it through. Because no other person will be able to deliver it. We have to do it ourselves. So, we can. Yes, we can. And when the program was adopted of the development of the region, we said, yes, we can. And in addition to that, we published a book. Islam on the Snow. So when I was delivering a speech in the Arabic countries, and I said how our mothers how they press the grain, and I told about our kids, I told them how the villagers live. So if the person is sick under Quran, he can be omitted with something. The first printed Quran was published in Kazan, and the largest printed Quran is now in Tatarstan. If you come to Bulgar, it's well ornamented with huge pages. Well, you just have to come and see it. And the Quran before was printed, and we continue to print Qurans. And we did the largest printed in the world. And I'm just giving it as an example. We have to work, we have to deliver. Don't wait, act. And I'm very grateful to our scientists. This is not a simple direction, but we do it. If something is wrong, please write me. Mr. Shaymiev, this and that, you were not correct. No, it have never happened. Thank you so much for your attention. Dear friends, for the welcome word, I would like to invite the Vice President of the Russian Academy of Scientists, head of the Institute of Archaeology, Mr. Nikolai Makarov.
Dear Mintamir Sharipovich, dear Artem Nikolaevich, I greet you, dear friends and participants, and I greet you from the Institute of Archaeology of the Russian Academy of Sciences, and of course I thank the leadership of Tatarstan and the Institute of Archaeology of the Republic of Tatarstan for organizing this magnificent conference. The restoration and conservation of archaeological wood would be a special question issue outside the main agenda of archaeology. But it's very critical because of its content, because archaeological wood is one of the chief materials that's been used by humans all throughout its history to create many mundane items, cultural objects, and wood plays a very important part in the cultures that we see in Russia. And the diversity here is of these cultures is defined by the widespread use of wood. Restoration of wood is very difficult, and our conference features lots of speeches and reports on studies of archaeological wood. And it's all interconnected. Archaeological wood in Russia is associated with wooden edifices of old Russian settlements that we first found in Novgorod and Ladoga, and then they were discovered in many other cities later on. And the list of cities and towns where we see archaeological wood that grows with each passing year. We discover new cities with new gender data, and we use the gender chronological method to list them, and the findings in Tatarstan are a critical part of that list. And today, this year, we're celebrating 5 years since the Great Museum of Archaeological Wood was created in Sviazhsk, which is the hallmark for how archaeological wood is to be treated in Russia and worldwide. Well, we find archaeological wood not only in cities, it's in peat bogs, archaeological peat bogs, shipwreck, including from modern times, new times, wooden shrines in Altai, Middle Age structures in Arctic, and many other monuments. You know how important the wet water-logged cultural layer is. It's much more important than that of the dry layers because it really provides great insight into the culture. And we all know the problems that arise along the way. Every time an archaeologist deals with the waterlogged cultural layer, they understand right out of the gate that there is a lot of work to do, and it increases the budget. It takes more investments, physical and monetary. And this is where restoration comes in, because you need to put these items, once you have restored them, on the display. But first you need to study them, because you cannot study them without conserving them first. Otherwise they will disappear before you, archaeologists, have studied them. These are very pressing issues, difficult ones. The experience of Sviazhsk is very unique for Russia, because the issue of preservation of archaeological wood en masse has been on the agenda for a long time. We know the experiments from Belarus from the Soviet times. The first archaeological museum was set up in Brest. We all know that experience. And it gave an input. Also, another impetus came from the Novgorod findings, excavations, and then from the Belarus ones. But all of this is pretty local. But Tatarstan is taking the lead here, because they created their museum in Sviazhsk so that this experience can be promoted, propagated, so it can be passed to the domain of, to the international domain of restoration. And we're in for 3 days of fruitful conversations and dialogue, so that we can learn more about archaeological wood, how it can be preserved, and what other opportunities we can work out or take advantage of to study archaeological wood. And I would like to give this catalog to Artem Silkin, a catalog of archaeological wood from the Museum of Dutch Spitsbergen. It's a gift from me. It's the northern part of, it's from Norway, from the north. And the Russian archaeologists who are digging there now cannot take this wood to Russia. But there they founded a museum where they have pieces of archaeological wood that have been preserved, but their scale, their magnitude is far from that of Sviazhsk. But I hope you will find it useful. Thank you. Thank you very much, Nikolai. Mintaper Sharipovich now has to leave for another conference, but let's thank him for bestowing his presence upon us. Now I would like to give the floor to the Executive Director of ICOM Russia, Olga Chistanova. Good morning, dear colleagues. On behalf of ICOM Russia, I would like to congratulate all of the participants on this conference. Restoration, preservation, and museification of organic material is very critical, because it's very specific, and the technologies are always being advanced, but it's this cultural heritage you need to understand is also important for us, because museums have to collect, preserve, and promote natural, cultural, and non-cultural heritage. It's gladdening that this conference is taking place in Tatarstan, a region with a rich historical and material heritage, where we have one of the most unique museums, the Museums of Archaeological Wood. You know, it's located in Sviazhsk. And this museum, as you may know, is really on the international map. For example, In 2019, this museum was awarded the first place by ICOM, ECOM, in the nomination Digital Installations in Audio and Visual Technologies. It was a big achievement, but it's not the only one. I congratulate all of you on this conference, on the opening of this conference. I wish you well and a lot of productive work, and I wish you the greatest of impressions on this rich and diverse Tatar land.
Большое спасибо, Ольга Максимовна. Я хотел бы
Thank you, Olga. I would like to give the floor now to Ramil Karudinov, the director of the Institute of International Relations of the Kazan Volga Region Federal University. Dear friends, colleagues, dear esteemed panelists, I'm glad to see you here in Tatarstan. I always hear the question of why are the projects in Tatarstan so successful in Tatarstan and its regions, in Kazan, of course. And this question, I think, is deeply rooted in our relations, because we have the warmest of relations between the different institutions and organizations of the academia, highly educational institutions and universities, with museums and natural reserves and ministries, the archive institutions which are together in charge of preservation of archaeological heritage. People here care about its historical past, its history, and how it all connects to their future. I think we're lucky in this regard, because society, science, and government are all working together. Mintimir Sharipovich, for decades, ever since the Возрождение Revival Fund has been around, for all these years, he and many generations of administrators and managers know what historical heritage is. Conservation, preservation, and restoration are the words that officials also use a lot. The Republic of Tatarstan, and this is important, where many unique projects, especially those related to the restoration or production and presentation of heritage, are. This is where you get advanced museum technologies and scientific knowledge and expertise to showcase this heritage. And there is a tight link with federal sciences, like the Institute of the Russian Academy of Sciences, our foreign partners who are also here with us today, and we're all united under the auspices of the Russian Historical Society. And Russia and the Republic of Tatarstan have this have their interests interconnected horizontal and vertically, so to say, which helps them preserve and restore cultural heritage, but it also helps them build it all on a major fundamental basis. And this is a preface of Irat Sidikov, our friend and partner. The Russian Academy of Sciences and the Kazan Federal Universities are also involved in this. I need to mention these actors in this, and we've been working hand in hand, and I hope it will stay like this. And this is how we achieve great results. Thank you very much, dear colleagues, and I hope that our discussions will yield new knowledge that will grant us more confidence, because we're all walking the right path together. Papa. And now I would like to give the floor to the first speaker, Ayrat Sidikov, the Museum of Archaeological Wood of the Tatar settlement Sviazhsk. The basic idea and creation of the museum. We prepared this report together, however, it's Ayrat Gabitovich who will be delivering this speech. Dear friends, dear colleagues, participants, as I open my speech first, I would like to greet all of you and congratulate you on the opening of this conference because, as Mintamir Sharipovich said, it would have been hard to imagine that a conference like this would take place, but now we have the combined experience of different projects that we have achieved in the past few years, and this is the product of work of a major team and experts from many scientific institutions from Kazan or in Kazan and from all over the Russian Federation are involved in this big team, are part of this big team. And the idea is like a mental image of some action, I would like to say. And when we start or embark upon some creative work or scientific work, we have to base it on a plan. And today I would like to present to you the ideas and thoughts that accompanied the creation of the museum and how the different projects that or phases of this project were implemented. The origins of this all come back to this. This is all the result of major work and travel, which involved lots of experts. But we also received great support from the leadership of the Republic of Tatarstan and Mintamir Sharipovich personally, because throughout the history of this project, Mintamir Shaimiev was an active participant of it. He was involved in it in each and every phase, and he always asked about and cared about the issues that arose along the way at each and every phase. So my speech today would reflect the efforts that we have put into it throughout its history. Sviazhsk, this is where it's located. And here you can see the unique location of this place. There we have the Kurbyshev Water Reserve, and the hill, the island is basically a hill. And for many centuries, there has been a settlement with unique archaeology, but in the lower part we have the wet or waterlogged archaeological layer, which covers a square of 5 to 7 hectares. What makes it unique in terms of history of archaeology, archaeological history, and forest and steppe areas, and it's a middle-age town settlement, you know that. And because of its unique location in the wet layer, you have a well-preserved organic material. While we were starting to build this museum, we were going with the prototypes available at the time. One of the best examples of creation of archaeological wood would be the Brest Archaeological Museum, and our colleagues from there shared their experience, which influenced a lot of the right decisions that we made along the way while we were building this museum. This museum is some of these, the Museum of Vaasa and some other archaeological museums of wood may be dedicated to certain projects or linked to certain objects or sites or structures, some out in the open. But in our case, the main reason was that in the layer below the ground you could see the remains of the mundane life of the people from times gone by. Wood can only be preserved in the waterlogged layer. It's the only layer. Many things from the life of the city, and there was very little stone buildings, but only wooden buildings. But we could find, because of the wet cultural layer, we found the remnants, the preserved remnants of it there, and we found the traces of the Middle Age traditions that defined the settlement there, and it's not really different from the stone edifices we may from the same times we may find in the southern parts. They were equally as bright, equally as vivid, equally as developed, and we wanted to really put it on display. While we were going about it, we faced with a few issues. How can we develop it better? How can we showcase it better? And as we went about solving those issues, we came up with the basic or principal approaches to the development of the museum. The cultural layer here is saturated with water. In the museum in Berest, it's built on the cultural layer where the underground water is not separated from the wooden objects there. And we wanted to preserve it all in situ, to really showcase the planning, the town planning that used to be there. It was very critical for us, and we also, equally as important, was choosing the right method of restoration. And our colleagues from Turkey and our colleagues in the Valentin Gardishin from Rosnir also helped us define or work out the best approaches to solving it. Sviazhsk is located, it's a UNESCO site. You have to understand that the landscape and the space there are equally as important as the edifices themselves, because it's the Uspensky Monastery and Cathedral are also important, which basically envelops the whole zone. It's a buffer zone. But the archaeological layer is also one of the critical attributes of this place, and we had to basically combine it all into the best of approaches. UNESCO supported us, and our work was seen as preserving the archaeological and historical value of it all. Our work involved a lot of analysis of our archive materials, and it helped us develop the best of approaches to these issues. Once the Kuybushев Reserve was flooded, it stayed there, and we decided to start our work from that. In the eastern part of the island would be washed up a lot by underground water, and in the Posadskaya part of it, which was located not so far away from the Tatarskaya Street and Tatarsky Garden, so they called, we also used it as a topographic landmark, as a benchmark. because it can be traced back to books from the 16th century. In 2008, we found an archaeological digging there, but it was kind of washed up by that time. The first studies were carried out there by Andrei Belayev in the 1970s. It was him who found this cultural layer, waterlogged cultural layer, and he was the one who analyzed the prospects of how it could be capitalized on. And this is the state of the shore in 2008. Many of the cabins and wooden structures were being washed away. But we stabilized, we shored up the shore, so to say, by 2010. Still, lots of the territory was eroded by water. And these are the cultural layers, 3 to 3.5 meters in high. You could see it in the previous slide. Purple marks the studies that were the territory of that were studied before 2008. We have the central digging, 800 square meters. 900 square meters. We have Andrei Sarkov, who headed up the works of restoration on this site. And these studies in the central part of it yielded the most material. The adjoining territories were really heavily damaged by water, which was getting down to the underground and destroying the culture there. This is a picture of the site when we started our work there, and it was in this state when we decided to build a museum there. Yes, we did work up a nerve because the restoration work, the scope of the restoration work was mind-boggling. To build a museum there. 4 years of excavation yielded us enough material, enough to analyze the planning, how buildings were located there. We deeply analyzed the town people's houses there, the remnants thereof. We planned it all out. We identified about 70 objects that 4 phases. The waterlogged cultural layer was well preserved in 3 horizons, where we did most of the restoration work, which allowed us to analyze the objects we were restoring. And under the leadership, scientific leadership and management leadership of Valentin Gardushin, we restored most of the objects, and the team also included Rezida Kharchenkova and Almir Mahmutov, who were also part of the team. Wetting, wood, vacuum works, preservation, all of these works we did, and our reports will provide insight that you will hear today will provide insight into that. Using polyethylene glycol methods were also used, and some of them were developed by us, including those that involve the use of those vacuum machines that sped up the process of and quality of preservation. While we were looking for the best approach, we studied different approaches to museification from all over the world. The landscape, of course, we knew had to be the right one, because this was the approach this approach that we used for the Bulgar Museum. And the concepts that I've mentioned already are all part of the final product. The sketch developed by Lev Artemonov, Alexander Lokin, laid the basis for it, and then the exposition, which used overhead hung structures, so that for a better perception, were also, this is when it was adopted, like the immersion effect was what we were looking for, which defined our choice of technological solutions and the building methods to build this museum that we were looking for. And the building of this museum depended on all that. We created different models. We reconstructed many things. We put in more structures to add to the space to give it the right feel. During the process, we modeled, fixed like the look and feel of the all expositions. The expositions, so the exhibits start at the entrance. All these exhibits are about history. You can see this, all of these buildings are gone, but this is a visualization of what they should have been like. In the lobby talks about wood craftsmanship. Then another exhibit talks about the restorers and how wood is restored, then about the mundane life of Sviazhsk town's folk. Lots of organic material is showcased, which really engrosses, immerses, it takes you back to those times. It's all spread all over a major space. And you can really understand not only the archaeological beauty of it, but how the towns changed, how the methods of wood treatment changed as the town grew. One of the other important aspects is this animated panel, 21 meters long, which adds to the feel of it. Over 400 characters are showcased there. It was created by Kazan programmers, headed by Artur Nabiullin. It draws a lot of attentions, I must tell you. Now our museum is one of the jewels of Sviazhsk. It draws a lot of people who are fond of history. And so this Sviazhsk museum is one of the, is on their visit list. Sviazhsk was inaugurated 5 years ago. And these are some of the participants of this major event, which was a milestone in the development of archaeology and museification and preservation. The Kazan University now has a department of restoration, training experts in the art of restoring of different materials, organic, stone, bone, leather, metal, paper. And the result of this project is the creation not only of an exposition space, but a team of people, professionals, who, so we have the Kazan Federal University for training and the Kazan Tatarstan Academy of Sciences, who take it to the research phase. The Tatar Slobodka book came out just a while ago for this conference, which presents a lot of work. It's a piece of art which lays out and raises lots of the issues and shares a lot of experience. And while you're here at this conference, I hope you will understand what opportunities, we will find some mutual projects, we will share some experience, especially when it comes to restoration studies and creation of museum spaces related to archaeological wood.
Thank you very much. And I would like to invite now to this our colleagues from Mongolia, from Genghis Khan Museum in Ulan-Ude, on the restoration of process of Mongol Empire's close and deal.
И Сандор Басанбат.
Уганчимек Герелд and Sampil Dondov Chulun. Hello, dear friends, dear colleagues. I'm the restorer of the National Museum of Genghis Khan from Ulaanbaatar, Mongolia, and I'd like to present now on the technologies and methods of the technologies restoration process of Mongol Empire's close and deal. The continental climate and low temperatures of air in winter have created good conditions for the preservation of artifacts in the burial grounds, but the National Museum of Genghis Khan, we do our best to preserve and to present the archaeological objects which were used by the elite of the Mongol Empire in accordance with the standards of international museum exhibits.
Орон нутгийн музейн одоо үзмэрийн таталтаас авч ирсэн юм аа.
The museum collection has the collection which were before in other local museums and academic usual. In addition to that, 20% of the exposition are the archaeological findings found during the diggings executed by the National Museum of Genghis Khan.
Юунд бол арьсан идэл, давуу идэл, тэгээд модын идэл, үйсэн идэл болоо идрээсэн. Монголын одоогоор бол Монголд бол жужаан, уугар, түрэг, одоо хятан эзэнт Монголын эзэнт гүрний үеийн тодорхой давуу зүйлийн идлүүдийн цуглуулга их олддог.
Among the archaeological findings, about 30% are represented by the fragments of costume, accessories of the nomadic elites, ornamented dailies, silk, wool, leather items, various hats, shoes, etc. Currently, we are restoring the artifacts from the soft materials from Turkey, Uyghur, Zhignov, and other periods of the Mongol Empire.
Сэргэн сургалтаар дараалалаараа өөрөө сэргэн сургалгаа хийдэг юм аа. Үүнд бол нэгдүгээр бол барилга байгууллага бүтээн байгуулсан бичиг баримтыг бүрдүүлэн хүлээн авдаг. Бүртгэлийн санч сэргэн сурлагчид мэрэгчлэнтээс хамтарч одоо шинэ маягт үүсгэж сэргэн сурлах шинэ маягтыг үүсгэж эхэлдэг.
Here in the works on the restoration and the main stages are presented here. First we register, then we issue the document and the museum accepts the findings for the restoration. After that we distribute the findings in accordance to the materials, then for photo documentation to fix the current state and damages to the items. Then there is cleaning, both wet and dry, and there's photo documentation and notifications during the restoration, and then photo documenting. And after the restoration work is completed, then it is given to the keeper of the museum.
Энэ бол сэргийн сурлах баримт материалыг анкетыг бүглэж эхлэхдээ яадаг анхан болон зураглалыг нь аваад хаанаас ирсэн юуг нь бүртгэлийг нь бичээд нас хүйс дунд өвчлөлт болон зэрэглэл нь бол хэр сайн мууг нь ялгарч ингэж анкет бүгэлдэг. Толбот болсон тэмдэглэгийг нь хажууд нь дөрвөлжин юм дээр юу яадаг юм аа. Тэмдэглэгийг нь авч дараах болон юунуудыг тэмдэглэг байгаа байдлыг тэмдэглэж авдаг.
The archaeological findings were by the chemical biological dissolution because of the dust, humidity, as well as fungus, and as well they were damaged by the illegal diggings.
Эднэрийг бид нэр чигт цэвэрлэгээр цэвэрлэж дэлгэж одоо ингэж ерөнхийдөө цэвэр бохирдлыг нь цэвэрлэж яадаг.
Здесь сухая и влажная чистка.
Here we can see the dry cleaning and wet cleaning of the archaeological findings, and they are damaged, of course. Due to that, in cases of the significant damage, the items are connected to acetone, and then they are then cleaned with liquid soap with 0.5, and after the wet cleaning, they absorb the water is absorbed from there.
Мотор сасан дээр ингээд дэлгэж тавьж агаад дээр нь үрчээсэн батсан харваг ингээд дэлгэж дараа нь шилэн зориултын нөгөө ирэмгийн цэвэрлсэн шилэр дээрээс нь дараад тэг хөндрүүлэгчээр бараг нэг даван материалыг ингэж цэвэрлээд дэлгэж тавьдаг.
When removing the dirt from the tissue, from the materials, we place it on the non-acidic paper, and then we put another layer, so we kind of spread it evenly. Then we put another layer of non-acidic paper, and then put a glass on top of it.
Энэ планшет нь болохоор ерөнхийдөө ингээд дэлгэж авахын тулд тэгэхээр арам дээр даваагаа татаад дацныхын дараа ингээд уг бүтээлийг олдсон дэлгэж тавьсан материалаа ойж тогтоодог юм аа.
So this is the fastening to the line of the soft materials, how we fasten them, how we fix them. And some fragments are dated 13th, 14th century. They're hand sewn, and they are male and female ornaments containing. So that's how it is prepared for the exhibit.
Хуучин шин даваг шин хуучин материалд оруулахын тулд ерөнхийдөө даван юугаар давны будгаар хуучруулан өнгийн адилтгаж агаад маш их сэмэрч хуурашиж бод юу яасан давны дор ингээд бэхэлгээ болгож ингээд давхар ойдгоо.
When there's a damage of soft tissue, they're fixed to the fine silk, and when it is required, the stitched together fragments are painted.
Өөрийн санаачлагаар олны ерөнхий дэглэлтийн асуудалд бол энийг хуучны байхгүй болсон эсхийг би нөхөж оруулах гэж өөрийн аргаар ингэж зургийг гаргаж бүтэн болох гэж маягаар дэлгэж орсон юм. Тэгээ хуурашны юм яачлаа. Өнгөрчлөө ш. Санийх чинь хоёр өсөн одоо тараач. Next. Энэ бол дээлийг бол байхгүй эсхийг би өөрийн аргаар ингэ бүтэн болгоод тойруулан үзүүлэх выставка тэглэл дээр бол юу яасан юм аа. Зураг төслийн газар.
Конструкция разрушенных частей выше.
Is the reconstruction of the dragon ornament that was damaged, and the reconstructive works were created to recreate the damaged parts of the figures of dragons to provide the complete illustration.
Бол ерөнхийдөө бол давхардж ирсэн юм ерөөсөө байхгүй. Үнийг бол одоо сэмэрч ирсэн, урагдж ирсэн давууг бол маш нарийн капроны өнгөөр тухайн үеийг утсыг бодож агаад тэгээд огт мэдэгдэхгүйгээр дээр нь цэвэрхэн ингээд утсаар дарж ойж өгдөг.
Здесь видите, что швейные нитки, материалы для реставрации.
Here you can see that the materials for the restoration, to restore the materials, they dated back to 14th century.
Болон хийц болон энэ дэр юм гараад. Энэ бас археологоос олдож ирсэн музейн цэрэг дээлсэн. Энийг бол анх байгаа олдроос нь чихтэй цэвэрлэгийг дараалал нь гэж харуулсан зураг. Доотлолт нь бол арьсан малгай байна.
Реставрация кожаного головного убора.
The restoration of the part of the headwear of Delhi. Here you can see the period of restoration, how it looked and how it was restored, while it was restored and after the restoration was completed, and when it is displayed at the National Museum of Genghis Khan.
Давны үлдэгдлүүдээс ерөнхийдөө бол бүгдээрээ материалын хувьд л ижилхэн бүгд даггуутсан материал байгаагүй. Энэ бол зөвхөн одоо өөр тав байсан. Энэ болохоор тухайн үедээ яг гар аргаар яг хийгч байгаа материалдаа юм өөрийн гэсэн одоо юу байсан бах материал нь өөртөө нэхэж ингэж тухайн үзмэрт дээл хувцсандаа зориулж тус нь л ингэж материал ингэж нэгдэг байсан баха.
Здесь очистка и подготовка.
Here you can see the clearing and preparation of the small fragments of the silk materials for the exhibition. There's a collection of cotton articles found during the excavations.
Хөдөл нь бол анх археологийн олдроос ингэж өрчгөр юутай ирсэн. Нэг бол саний юуны дагуугаар ингэж дийлгээ тавьсан байгаа. Тэр цаана бол сүүлийн үед ойдл ингэж гарсан. Энэ бол магадгүй энэ гар аргаар хийж айсан болон тухайн үед модон тийм юу иймэрхүү Монголд бол 1903 онд бол модон машин үүсчихсэн болохоор тухайн үед ерөнхийдөө гар урлын ийм модон машин тэрэг болдог юм бол хөгжиж эхэлчихсэн болов. Тэг археологийн төвд эхлээсэн эхний хийсэн гэдэг. Энэ дээлийн цуглуулганаас олдсон материалын.
These are the Delhi of the Kidang period. And these are the Delhis of the Genghis Khan Museum. Here you can see that all of the materials, they were different, and the silk was different, and other materials, the textile, had its certain peculiarities. Well, I mean, before the restoration. Then there's the outline to prolong the condition of the archaeological textile. We have to consider the climatic conditions and the environmental factor, and use the most modern technologies and innovative technologies to maintain the artifacts. Yep, thank you so much.
Большое спасибо.
Thank you so much. And now I would like to give the floor to our colleague and our great friend, the head of the waterlogged objects department, Mr. Koçabaş Ufuk from from Eastern. There's a big findings in the central part of Istanbul and great projects of museification. So Ufuk, please, the floor is yours.
Dear colleagues and distinguished guests, first of all, I would like to thank organizing committee and Artyom Nikolaevich Silkin for his kind invitation and hospitality here. I would like to express my gratitude to Ms. Lyudmila Agliulina for her enthusiasm and helps with Greek Turkish. I am very happy and honored to be here in Kazan to present conservation of the Yenikapı shipwrecks. Next, please. Can I change here or? Okay, thank you. Okay. My presentation consists 4 parts. First of all, I will talk about briefly the Yenikapı excavation and the Yenikapı excavation site and Theodosian Harbor. Then excavation methodology of Yenikapı shipwrecks. In the third part, I will give information about the on-site storage and preventive conservation. And finally, the waterlogged wood conservation of Yenikapı shipwrecks. Considered one of the most important cities of the Mediterranean world since her refoundation as the capital of the Roman Empire in the 4th century AD, Istanbul has been the capital city of 3 great world empires, which is the grandest city of the Republic of Turkey. She has been the stage for the coexistence and clashes of the Occidental and Oriental civilizations and different cultures. In the long term of her history, Istanbul grew out of the Theodosian walls into a cosmopolitan and gigantic city of over 16 million inhabitants now. As the old city transformed into a metropolis, one of the biggest problems became transportation. Before the start of the construction of tunnels at Yenikapı for the metro and Marmara railway projects, which are designed to solve the city's transportation problems, the Directorate of Istanbul Archaeological Museums launched rescue excavations at this site located within the historical urban texture. No fewer than 36 shipwrecks dating from the early and middle Byzantine period, that is 5th to 10th centuries AD, were uncovered in the Yenikapı district between 2004 and 2013. The ongoing archaeological excavations have confirmed that Constantinople's main harbor, namely Portus Theodosiacus, was once situated in this former natural bay, now silted by the ancient Lycos River. It lies about 300 meters from the present shoreline. The harbor is known to have been built in the late 4th century during the reign of Theodosius I in response to the demands of the growing economy and population of the capital city of the Byzantine Empire. Granaries called Horeia Alexandrina and Horeia Theodosiana were located on the east side of the Theodosian Harbor. In this animation, you see the realistic animation of the harbor and granaries. Oops. Archaeological ruins dated back from the Ottoman period to the Neolithic age spread over a large time period were encountered. A very important and big surprise came from the east side of the excavation area. A late Neolithic site lying about 6 meters below the sea level has been identified. So when the sea level was much lower, the Sea of Marmara was indeed a lake, and Neolithic people were living around this lake. The artifact inventory of the site is also quite rich. Istanbul Museum staff have recovered more than 60,000 items buried in deep alluvial soil, different types of amphorae and tableware, coins, lamps, figurines, leather sandals, ornaments, a large number of nautical artifacts, including rigging equipment such as pulleys, ropes, tuggles, as well as stone and iron anchors, and also well-preserved shipwrecks have been unearthed by the museum's ongoing archaeological salvage project. Examination of numerous bones found around the piers shows that especially horses were used for carrying heavy loads in the harbor. But the greatest discovery of all is the well-preserved shipwrecks, more than 30 in number, dated between the 5th to 10th centuries. This video shows the excavation area and the location of the wrecks across the area. But under the auspices of the Istanbul University's Yenikapı Shipwrecks project, carried out by Istanbul University's Departments of Conservation of Marine Archaeological Objects, our team has undertaken the recording and dismantling of 27 shipwrecks, as well as conservation and restoration and reconstruction projects of 31 ships in total. 8 shipwrecks are handled by Texas A&M University's Institute of Nautical Archaeology. I would like to give some brief information about the methodology used by our team. First of all the shipwrecks were covered with temporary tent, which was equipped with a water spray system. Waterlogged timber elements must not dry up, as you know. Therefore, they are protected, first of all, with atomized water coming from the sprays 24 hours a day. This short video shows how a drying timber element shrinks in size, cracks, and twists. Therefore, the work on waterlogged timber has to be carried out with the utmost of care. Once the conditions were ready, detailed cleaning and recording started. In all of these stages, the utmost care was taken to avoid physical contact with the ship timbers, as their rate of deterioration was high. Therefore, bridges and scaffolding were built over the remains, over the shipwrecks. Stabilizing the deteriorated parts of the timber by stainless steel. In this short video, you can see this because deterioration level was really high. That's why we use this kind of stainless steel stapless. In the early years, drawings were rendered by hand using electronic measurement devices. As the number of wrecks increased, field documentation was made using geodesic equipment, a total station with a reference system. In addition, all this documentation, all the shipwrecks drawn made directly on clear acetate. Every timber of the wrecks was photographed, both overall and in detail. In addition, a rail system designed by our team used to be obtained photo mosaic of each shipwreck. Now you are going to see on the other video. By this rail system, we made a photo mosaic study Following the completion of on-site recording, the timbers were lifted using a procedure developed on-site. Planking was removed using convenient methods such as L-shaped timber carriers. In this video, you see this method. While extremely frail timber elements were lifted using an epoxy mold method. You are going to see on the second video. We used epoxy quick fit resin and lifted really frail timber elements. First of all, we covered with aluminum foil, and then we applied epoxy resin, and then we used some really tiny textiles and lifted like a baby. Disassembled and supported ship members were placed in wooden chests, custom built to their dimensions, taken to the Istanbul University's Yenikapı Shipwrecks Research Center and stored in tanks. And timbers were kept in water tanks at the field for desalinization. The desalinization in the first stage of conservation, and it is applied on all the timber items found. For this purpose, water is circulated in the tanks, and salt levels are measured at certain times. Biological activity in the tanks is regulated using antifungal substances, while in the lab, it is goldfish that undertake the guarding of timber members against the larvae of mosquitoes and other pests. Yep. Archaeological artifacts are 70% better preserved underwater or wetland than on land sites. However, it should not be forgotten that appropriate preventive protection, cleaning, and conservation works should be carried out after conservation. The iron traces formed by corrosion of iron nails were cleaned with 5% mixture of disodium ethylene diamine tetraacetic acid and oxalic acid mixture. There are various methods that have been used for many years in the conservation of waterlogged wood. You can see some of these methods on the slide. However, it should not be forgotten that you cannot apply all these methods in large-scale objects for conservation. We preferred two conservation methods in the Yenikapı Shipwrecks project. The main method is polyethylene glycol impregnation and vacuum freeze drying. Second one is melamine formaldehyde, or known by the name kavramin, it's a trademark, is being employed. But kavramin just preferred for timbers of highly deteriorated, non-durable woods because of, as it is an irreversible chemical. Let's start with kavramin. In Yenikapı project, melamine formaldehyde resin, kavramin 800 used for conservation of highly deteriorated waterlogged timbers. Low molecular weight melamine formaldehyde polymer dissolved 25% concentration in deionized water, and 5% urea based on melamine formaldehyde added to the solution to reduce the viscosity of the solution. Urea also binds free formaldehyde and reduces the health hazard. And 10% butanediol or triethylene glycol based on melamine formaldehyde added to the solution for flexible structure of the wood, and 0.5% triethanol amine based on melamine formaldehyde added to the solution to extend the curing time of the solution approximately 12 or 14 months. The woods are placed in the solution. The boxes are covered and sealed with plastic foils. Impregnation time differs the thickness and species of the woods. Monitoring of pH measurements of the solution is very important in this stage. If the pH drops to values 6 or 7, polymerization, this means polymerization starts soon. When the melamine resin cured, impregnated samples were removed from the solution, wrapped in wet paper, then plastic foils, and placed in oven set to 35-50 degrees Celsius. The drying period of samples differed between 10 to 12 days. The first to use this method in the world are German scientists. Conservation of mines shipwrecks in Germany was carried out using this method. The main conservation method of waterlogged wood in the project is polyethylene glycol, PEG impregnation, and vacuum freeze drying. Ship timbers are first impregnated with polyethylene glycol 2000 dissolved in tap water. Impregnation begins 5% concentration to minimize the occurrence of osmotic collapse. Also biocides is added to the ratio of 1 to 1000 to eliminate any bacterial formation in the solution. The procedure was completed when the PEG concentration of the solution reached 45%. Following the PEG impregnation procedure, the process of dehydration is performed by a freeze dryer for the first time in Turkish scientists by the Istanbul University's Ship Conservation and Reconstruction Laboratory. This known as sublimation, freeze dryer preliminary reaches to the freezing point of PEG solution and then eliminates the solidified water in the timber toward vaporization. And you see before and after photos, and again before and after photos. There are no new cracks. Dimensional features are preserved. The appearance is natural. I can say that we have achieved very successful result with this method. Conservation of the shipwrecks Roskilde 6 in Denmark and Arles 3 in France was carried out using same methods. On this slide, you can see the basic parts and principles of the vacuum freeze dryer. We have 2 vacuum freeze dryers in our laboratory. The larger one is 10-meter length and 2 meters in diameter. It's a huge one. I can say it could be one of the biggest machine in the world. The other smaller one is 3 meters long and 1 meter in diameter. And various analyses are carried out on the shipwreck timbers. One of them is wood, genus, species identification. Genus and species identification of more than 3,000 specimens has been carried out so far. And UMEX, I mean water content of the wood, density, SEM and FTIR analysis carried out for determining the level of deterioration. sulfur and iron elements in the waterlogged woods of Yenikapı shipwrecks were analyzed by XRF, SEM, EDX, and XPS analysis. Our waterlogged wood conservation studies are continuing. At the same time, our research on the shipbuilding techniques of these Byzantine shipwrecks continues. In this context, we built a replica of Yenikapı 12, the shipwreck whose research were completed. Reconstruction of Yenikapı 12 is still on display in the Rahmi Koç Museum in the Golden Horn. A new museum complex for the exhibition of shipwrecks and other artifacts has already been planned during the excavations. The location decided to be somewhere nearby the excavation site and today's stations, but unfortunately this museum could not be built until now. We continue to work in field laboratory in Yenikapı. If you come to Istanbul, I will be pleased to show you our laboratory and some our practices on waterlogged wood conservation. Finally, I would like to thank you for your time and interest. Thank you very much.
Çok teşekkürler. Большое спасибо за
Thank you for your great speech and presentation. Very informative, well put. Wrapping up the plenary session is an online speaker, Deputy Science Director, Head of the Department of Archaeological Heritage of the Russian Academy of Sciences, Archaeological Wood from Yaroslavl excavations.
У нас удается, да, подключить Асю Викторовну?
Да, здравствуйте. Хорошо ли видно демонстрацию экрана?
Still waiting for slides and picture.
Ну, вот мы запустили демонстрацию.
Да, вот сейчас видно. Спасибо.
Хорошо. Значит, опять. Так сказать, большое спасибо за возможность выступить
Thank you very much for this great conference.
и поднять вопросы, связанные с археологической
With how archaeological wood from the diggings from Yaroslavl. It gives us the possibility to demonstrate quite a typical archaeological material, the diggings of the medieval age, layers of the town of Yaroslavl, of all the list of problems that archaeologists face when finding archaeological wood. Very briefly, for those that is unaware that Yaroslavl is located also as Kazan, it's located on the banks of the Volga River, so 600 kilometers away from Kazan. It's not a big distance, and for more than 10 years we work in the center of Yaroslavl, and currently more than 11,000 square meters of the city have been examined. I shall note that Yaroslavl is not considered as the city with a wet cultural layer where the wood is preserved. However, some parts of the city, wet parts of the city, they contain quite a good quality archaeological material related to the findings of wood, and around 10% of all of the sections of digging out contains it, so it's a dry cultural layer where the wood is presented as a fully dissolved or it rots completely and there are no non-organic remains. But in the remaining 10%, well, the preservation state of wood is quite good sometimes. And I would split this into two categories of the artifacts from wood. First of all, these are small and non-large findings, such as crosses, various kitchenware, wooden kitchenware, and there are quite many archaeological materials as such, and they are being restored, and all of them, they go to the museum, or they go for the exposition. In addition to the traditional materials, archaeological materials, we see and we face very interesting wooden items having a more complex destiny. In the first place, these are wooden ships from the medieval burial grounds, and wooden structures fixed in the cultural layers, such as fencing, the bottom logs of the wooden houses. But we shall return to the very beginning. In Yaroslavl, you can see the whole spectrum of the findings dedicated to the medieval city and the wooden fragments of the. So you can see the back of the chair, and there's another fragments being present, and some parts and items related to the interior. There are quite many items made out of wood, dedicated to kitchenware, spoons, bowls. Sometimes they're having a very rich ornament, and in some of the cases you can see it in fully reconstructed or fully created space. And there's loads and loads of kitchenware and houseware. A large number of wooden handles of knives, steel knives.
They tend to be well preserved in the waterlogged culture layer. Lots of combs, wooden combs. Lots of wooden crosses. A few fragments have been found, and we put them on display in Yaroslavl. A bowl like this. Sometimes we come across items like that. It's basically traditional to find these in medieval cities and towns, and the restoration of items like these by the traditional method based on PEG is what we use. Ever since 2007, we've been sending them to the center of Grobar in the museum and the restoration lab of the Novgorod Museum for restoration. All of these items have been well restored, and they stay in good shape, I'd say. But it's not all the time that local museums can basically keep to all the rules all the time to keep items in good shape. And thin items like spoons, for example, and we've been finding them for 10 years, and we've been seeing them at our museums for 10 years, and they have been deforming over that time, even following restoration, unfortunately. But white items tend to be subject to this a little bit less. A great bow, and it took no restoration. Because it doesn't deform, really. It's been on display for 10 years. At a museum, it's well preserved. Apart from items that, you know, are look very bright, look like a jewel, look very bright in a museum, that are loved by museums. This is what I mean to say, that go straight on display. Most of wooden archaeological material comes from various wooden items whose function is very clear most of the time. Sometimes it's treated wood. Sorry, with an unclear function, because we mostly look at fragments and not complete fragments of items, not complete items. We restore them, but they're not loved by museums, because it's one thing to put something on display, to take a great, well-preserved item and put it on display, which is important for museums. But what would you do to partially treated wooden sticks? Museums don't take kindly to that. Keeping them, preserving them would be of interest to researchers, but as our practice shows, we have not been very successful in handing these things over to museums, but everything with a well-defined function or ornament goes straight to museum collections. Museums scoop them up, and they care about them once they are in their hands. Wooden coffins or caskets. Now, we found hundreds upon hundreds of wooden, well-preserved caskets in Yaroslavl, and the degree of their preservation can be well seen on this slide. Sometimes it's just amazing, and all the fine details of their structure and shape and ornament sometimes are well seen by the naked eye, but museums, unluckily, don't really love such wooden coffins. No matter whether you restore them or not, they are not fond of them, museums. The Yaroslavl Museum, the Rostov-on-Don Museum don't really love such coffins, and we have put together quite a collection of wooden coffins, but unfortunately it yields nothing apart from some good pictures and some good sketches. But they stay outside of museums and outside of preservation despite our efforts. The only thing we've managed to do so far is use the edges of these caskets, coffins, for gender chronological analysis, and we have published a number of papers that really date well these sites of burial sites based on these edges, on analysis of this wood. It's very important because these things are an important source of historical information. Archaeological recording of material, gender data. Do you think it's enough to exhaust all of the potential of such material? Does its potential stop there? It's an archaeological finding. If you don't hand it over to a museum, if you're a museum and you don't take such material items, how is it in line with our legislation, which states clearly that we should hand it over to a museum? It's an interesting question because I'm a researcher, you know, and I want to be completely sure that everything I do it under the law and abiding by the law. And the way I see it, handing it over or failure to hand over well-preserved material from burial sites would kind of be an infraction of legislation. But we are good friends with museums, I should say. But we have still reached no consensus on that. I believe that it's okay not to put them on display, these caskets, but you should restore them and keep them elsewhere, because down the road archaeologists and historians and all kinds of other experts will be able to derive some information from it, this being a source of such information. The same story is with archaeological wooden structures we dig up. Sometimes the key findings are made from wood in terms of its importance to the history of a city. It's not really well preserved here, but the internal structure of wooden and wall structures of early Yaroslavl are well preserved there. We've been able to gather all useful information from it by carbon methods, but this marks the early times of the city of Yaroslavl, and working with not so well preserved but important items important to the history of the city. I see that aspect as important because sometimes the quality of wood is amazing in terms of how well it's preserved. Here you see a structure. It's a wooden well from the early 13th century where initially it was used or built as a freshwater well, then it was used for waste. We have dated it well in terms of radiocarbon. Mr. Karpuchin performed great gender archaeological studies on it, and these big wooden structures are important for the gender archaeological scale. We see, however, how well it preserved, and we know what kind of exposition or exhibit it could join. However, all of these materials are frowned upon by museums, and that's like a tradition now. Or this, the underfloor or foundation of a big wooden house from the early 13th century. The Museum of Wood in Sviazhsk has made a few breakthroughs. It showed us that you can, showed us the opportunities of restoration and displaying these wooden items, which completely changes the perception for archaeologists of how these structures can be preserved. Not all of them should be preserved, but the best ones, the ones that are important to history, should be preserved. And I think if we can work with the methodological guidelines if we could incorporate the importance of preservation of such structures that are important to the history of towns, and that would be a guideline. I'm talking about things like the foundations of houses. It would be great. We can't preserve all, I know that. There is thousands upon thousands of cabins like that in Novgorod and Rostov-on-Don that can be found in the waterlogged layer. But in Yaroslavl, in 2008, we found 79 well-preserved structures across an area of 400 square meters. All individual findings are used for only dendrochronological examinations now, but they don't go to museums. It's a critical issue, I gotta say, and whether we'll like it or not. Look at the Sviazhsk Museum, what they're doing. They have lots of items like that on display. And the conference we're having today, you know, it's aimed at restoration, at some useful tests, exchange of opinions. And I think here at this conference, I should raise the question of how archaeological wood is to be selected, based on what. And we need to show that, yes, under the law, all wooden structures, well-preserved wooden caskets are to be preserved and they need to go to the museum. But however, in actuality, we understand that it happens very rare, and it's left to the will of museums. So some further legislative action should be taken following some legislative dialogue, I think, and some guidelines should be introduced. We need to understand what archaeological should do, what museum experts should do about that, because this problem comes up every time we dig something. We see wood, well-preserved wood. Sometimes it's not very beautiful for the eye of the museum. Sometimes it's not some wooden crosses. Sometimes we have well-preserved things that are inconvenient for museums, like caskets, wooden caskets, or some other things of the same nature. We have only 2 or 3 institutions where you can preserve large findings. Examining them and preserving them in a quality manner is very critical, and all the issues that are connected to that are very critical, and this is important for archaeologists and for museum specialists and for restoration specialists. We have to understand that, of course, there is not so well preserved wood. Even if you were to restore it down to the letter properly, it would not yield much. From the exhibitive point of view or perspective, but well-preserved material like the one we see in Sviazhsk, their experience shows that it can all be exhibited, put on display. It can be used as the basis for museum exhibitions and not only for scientific research, because mostly we use all that now for dendrochronological or climatic examinations. It's important, of course, but these artifacts, I believe, have more potential than just for science and scientific papers. Thank you very much. Asya, you raised an important question that raises many brows among museum experts, and because you're right, we need more guidelines for museum experts and archaeologists when it comes to working with such artifacts. So we now wrap up the plenary session of this conference. There is a door to the side of over there where I'm showing. There is a poster exhibition. Please do take a look. But now let's go and open a small exhibition dedicated to wet waterlogged archaeology. Then we have lunch, and we come back here. We resume at 1 p.m.
Проходим выставочный.
If you want to help us open this exhibition, please come over to the exhibition hall.
Мы оставляем 3. Раз, два, 3, да?
Раз, два, три и один пустой для воды столик на дезодоранте. Поставьте рядом с ним.
Я про микрофон.
Про микрофон это
3.
приходит, да.
А тот?
Тот оставляем.
То есть 4.
Вот эти микрофоны куда? Детские стаканы тоже надо.
И он сразу горит. Спасибо. Ага. Так, дорогие участники,
Dear participants, I truly understand you that the Tatar cuisine is one of the best in the world. But let's start with our section. Where we shall be seated for you to see us well.
а стулья не мешают, может убрать этот стол лишний? Давайте его уберем, вас все равно тут двое. Дорогие коллеги, очень рад.
Dear colleagues, we are glad to see all of you here, and I would like to thank the organizing committee and all of the assistants who made this conference possible, plus you, dear colleagues, dear participants, and thanks for finding the opportunity to come here, because you are the ones that make this conference a live event. We have a very dense schedule. There are I really do not want to shrink the reports due to the coffee break. And our session includes 4 presentations. All questions, they will be discussed during the meeting, during the coffee break. And some reports will be a bit longer than 15 minutes. Well, it's impossible like to shrink it. And we shall start our section with the report dedicated to Clara Fedorovna Nikitina.
Здесь в зале есть те, кто с ней лично общался.
Here there are students of Clara Fedorovna. There are those who she examined, plus there are those that were not familiar in person with her, but they have read the articles. We haven't read them, please read. When we started preparing this report, of course, we get to know that, well, it's impossible to tell on all of the aspects of our lab like within 15 minutes. We just need 15 minutes to list them all, to name them all. So we really want to tell you about one direction dedicated to the topic of this conference, though we shall start now. In 1985, at the State Hermitage Museum, we have organized the lab of the scientific restoration of the items from organic material. 1985 to 2001, and Clara Fedorovna Nikitina was the head of this lab. She was serving the Hermitage for 61 years. So there's a unique lab with a wide spectrum of work. Within one report, it's impossible to tell about everything that she accomplished. So today, we will mention on the wet wood restoration. Clara Fedorovna was born on in Orenburg, and she had a Desny Fedorovich Spiridonov was coming from the Cossack family. In the 30s, he underwent the repressions, so he then was deported to Achinsk, but to save his family, he divorced. Then he went to the World War II, where he went missing. Clara Fedorovna, her mother was alone with 2 young daughters when her husband was repressed. Then she married for the second time and moved to Leningrad. So her spouse, paleontologist, went to World War II as well. So, and her mother stayed with 2 kids alone. And she was the tutor at the Leningrad State University. The last train with kids, she was evacuated from Leningrad. They came back to Orenburg. After World War II finished, so she first joined the chemical faculty, and then she went to the historical department in the science of arts. So she came to work to Hermitage. She went to the applied arts objects and the archaeological wood section. Scientific restoration of the Hermitage already underwent. It was developing quite dynamically at a time. The history of the restoration of the archaeological finding from the organic materials in Hermitage, it is related to the history of the archaeological finding in the 19th century, where Hermitage, certain findings started coming, having a great value and significant arts value. There are confirmations that since 1907, before the storage in the Hermitage, the chemist Wilhelm Wissenberger took it. So it's also known that he was delivering the botanic research of various types of wood coming from the archaeological findings. Theodor Webel was also dealing with that. In 1929, Mikhail Petrovich Kreznov have studied the first Pozaryk burial ground, and it continued with 1947 and 1949 cameral processing of uneven findings in the field areas. So it was delivered by Natalia Isachenko. Initial removal, selection of fragments, it was done in the open field in the camp. Pozaryk burial grounds, they take a special place in the restoration world. So that was the starting point of the scientific restoration of the archaeological finding from the organic materials in the Hermitage. A special chairing was done at the Department of Restoration of the Historical Technology, where issues were discussed to organize the works on restoration of the furs and leathers from the Pozaryk burial grounds, and the first resurrected wooden findings from the Hermitage collection. These are the items from the first Pozaryk burial ground. It was concerned with the aluminium smelts. So housewares were restored. So they were passed to Hermitage from the Russian Ethnographic Museum in the 30s. So the restoration was done at the Russian Museum, but I shall note that the analysis and part of the works at a time, they were conducted by an Institute of Historical Technology in close cooperation with the State Hermitage Museum. The intensive addition to the funds of the archaeological material was happening in the 30s, and then the materials were received from the former Russian Archaeological Society, as well as many findings from the burial grounds from Oldenburg. The materials out of the additions, one of the important ones, is the stonewares and pieces of arts from the people village nearby Irkutsk. And Mikhail Mikhailovich Gerasimov have taken part. So he used to work in the chemical lab of the Hermitage. He has a restorer and a chief chemist. His works in the restoration was quite successful, as he was the head of the chemical restoration lab and all of the chemical restoration department. The function of the lab was the restoration with chemical and mechanical measures. The materials that they worked with is bronze, silver, stone, as well as the sector of East. Organic materials required constant attention. There are certain research works being the saddle of Gerasimov, disinfection of Pozaryk horses, and from the Skiff period to the Professor Stepan Vanin, to his technical academy. After Gerasimov was fired, the head of the Department of Technical Restoration was Evgeny Rumyantsev. Then he becomes the leading specialist in the sphere of conservation of the archaeological findings from wood and leather, and he organizes the group of restorers of the applied arts made from the pieces made from the organic materials. The chemical lab and then the workshop of the applied arts restoration was headed by him. And in this lab, after it was reformed, as the chief, Vasily Nikolaevich Kononov was one of the workers over there. In 1920, they have created an Institute of the Archaeological Technologies, where they did technological studies of the archaeological findings and experimental research of the restoration and preservation methods. And since 1920, Kononov worked over there as the scientific staff. So fixing the paints, restoring the paints, preserving the paints and colorings, they did it. So they examined textiles and from the Mongol expedition of Petr Kozlov. He also studied number of remains made out of wood from Tajikistan and capability of growing of archaeological seeds. Kononov have developed the method of fixation of the archaeological items with the usage of the glycerin spirit-based. In 1929, this method was used by the expedition of Berstam when the further research of the organic remains was performed during his work at the Hermitage. In the beginning of 1941, the Central Committee of the Uzbek Party, so he was the expedition has taken too much time, so he was unable to come back to his family, so he came to Kazan, where he worked very fruitfully due to the war times. And he was sent to Ashgabat to restore the finding of the old Nisa settlement and the famous tubes out of elephant bone. So the course of restoration he underwent at the faculty of Omsk State University, and he was included into the State Committee on Restoration of leather and materials. Rumyantsev jointly was where they started working with synthetic compounds, and they have approved the restoration methods with the compounds. So they have really fixed and restored the old children's trolley from the Omsk expedition in the 50s. So Kostrov also headed the restoration of the sculpture and wall paintings. That's how synthetic compounds came into practice when working with bone and wood. The research and searching for the restoration of the wet, waterlogged items, because there was significant research started over the northeastern monuments. Many findings were coming from Old Ladога, Pskov, Nizhny Novgorod. Then the Restoration Commission on Wood started to work. The chairman of it was Mr. Grazdilov, and who reported that there is a need to increase the Department of Restoration. Some group of the objects are not restored at all because, well, there's obviously a lack of staff. When finding the archaeological wet wood, there's a huge problem which is not yet resolved. It's conservation. The restorers are to find the substance that can fill in the pores of wood and will push out the water. And loads of synthetic material went to the restoration articles as well as the conservation of the wood. Rumyantsev unites the methods in his report on the stabilization of the wet wood, and he reports on the use of the X-ray technologies when studying archaeological objects. In the years 55 to 57, There is a working group on the restoration of archaeological materials, improving the methods of the wet wood restoration and its stabilization. So it's to conserve wet wood, they used it with PVC, spirit, and glycerine. With this method, they maintained loads of findings from Pskov and Novgorod. They preserved them. In 1958, the restorer Karzynskaya, Grushanskaya, Nikitina, the chemist, and Gerasimova, they critically study methods of conservation of archaeological wood, followed by the practical use of it. In 1962, the chemists, restorers, Elena Nogit, they study the method on conservation with the polymerization of monomers inside the wood. A couple of words I would like to say about Irina Nogit. Irina Lvovna, as the chemist, she was in charge of the restorers, and she has implemented loads of methods to preserve various materials. And she started studying the methods that were developed in Sweden to replace the wet. So she established a direct contact with Swedish colleagues, and it allowed her to run experiments with those substances. Beginning of the 60s, she visited the training in the lab of Stockholm to preserve the Vasa ship. Nina Grigorieva, the polyethylene glycol method, they studied it, and now it's widely applied. For the first time, it was treated the wet wood from Usviaty 4 settlement found by the expedition from Hermitage to preserve the wooden findings of the Khersones, Pskov, and Novgorod. Today, the usage of the polyethylene glycol for the wet wood, it is the leading method worldwide today. Many other methods were attempted. So in the 60s, there were experiments to preserve with melamine formaldehyde compound. It was developed by the Moscow chemist Tomaszewicz. The experimental work was done by the Polish method. So it was linen oil and solution of phenol. So around 50 items were treated like that. And then in the 70s, the experiments were delivered with phenol-containing spirits. So it was developed in the Technological Institute of Minsk. Jointly, Nikitina and Kazanskaya have developed a two-stage method of preservation with phenol and sugar. Clara Fedorovna was a great specialist in preservers of the archaeological, not only archaeological wood, but other materials. She was quite successful on restoring leather items. And in the mountains of Aglakhty, they found the wound chamber and the masks made of gypsums. They also found the arrow case made out of fur. And Tatiana Alexandrovna started the experimental work on searching the most rational method of conservation of dry fur and leather found. The original method was found, and for the first time in the restoration practice, they were treated to process it. The method was published in the works of the Hermitage at the time, and she became the member of the working group on restoration of leather of ICOM. The amount of items restored by her is huge. She worked with wood, with bone, with leather, colored and non-colored. The actions of Clara Fedorovna included she was training on the special course of the field conservation at the Department of Archaeology at the university. She was chairing the examinations. In 1985, in the Leningrad, in the Hermitage, there was a Russia-wide seminar delivered dedicated to field and lab conservation of the monuments found. They studied new methods, and Clara was one of the scientific editors of it. And jointly with LRPM, she delivered 4 reports. in the amount of expeditions of Hermitage have increased. New monuments in Siberia, Arjan 2, Chingite 1 burial complex really amazes us. In our lab, did the works of findings made by the Hermitage on Okhtinsky Peninsula, and we really do hope that we'll create the museum over there, because there are loads of structures over there. Posirik burial grounds, they're still there, and plus additional information is available on the exhibition. And Aglakhti burial ground. So out of the funds we get the findings that require a recurrent restoration. When it is possible, we do our best to save unique findings from other museums and institutions. We assist the old Ladaga. So from Archangel Raphael, couple of methods, a couple of findings were restored by us. So she has developed restoration of the wet wood. New equipment have appeared. New premises have appeared for working with wet wood, leather, and bone. At the same time, the restoration is included into the new conservation materials and methods like freeze drying, vacuum drying, with highly molecular polyethylene glycol input. We do our best to develop her beginnings and developments. Clara Fedorovna Nikitina is a widely known specialist in the restoration of wood, bone, and leather. She was the head of the lab of restoration of for many years. She was the head of the scientific restoration and conservation, and she was noted by the gratitudes and orders, merit of honor, merit of friendships of people. Well, she was very strong spiritually, and she was very jealous in terms of her work and her staff. It was very interesting to listen to her. She was a very strict mentor, but she had a great sense of humor. It was always fun working with her. She always assisted with advice, and her advice were prominent, and they really worked. So plus I always ask her what she's reading, and I would read it. She was reacting very strongly towards lies, and she was, offsetting all the negative. She was very strong in that. And many successful restorers started after her. And we are really grateful to her for everything. Clara Fedorovna, she's a part of history of the State Hermitage and the world-renowned restoration process.
Well, what I wanted to say, less talk, more action. Let's get to work. So now I'm taking on my responsibility as moderator. The basics of modern restoration work. Valentina Gardushna, Ilyana Molachevskaya, and Valentina will tell us about the comparative velocities of saturation of archaeological wood by PEG consolidants 1500 and trihalose. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I thank the organizers for giving us a chance to share with you a work from our lab. That's still ongoing. This is the method of control of wood conservation processes in baths, tubs, in saturation tubs. We will be talking about PEG 1500 in tri-halose consolidants processes. Natalia Anatolian said that the Hermitage uses this approach, and the initiative comes from Natalia Vasilyeva. Actually, she opined that the speed of tri-halose saturation is higher than PEG 1500, and we use the latter the most. Our lab has developed a method of control which allows examining the content of consolidants in wood during saturation at any given time. So we decided to do this work. Controlling the process of saturation of wood by consolidants is an important technological procedure in wood impregnation, because over-impregnation of wood by consolidants results in negative consequences. A concrete example of such preservation would be hard, heavy plastic-like items, and the safety or preservation of such wood is also an acute topic which literature confirms. Under-impregnation leads to cracking and shrinking and the like. For a conserved object to be examined and to store it well, following to keep it in a good shape after conservation, I mean, so it can stay on display, you need to introduce an optimum amount of preservatives during impregnation. And the method of control of wood conservation allows, during impregnation, to introduce the optimum amount of preservatives during impregnation, and also while decreasing the time this object spends in the impregnation tub, because if it stays there for too long, it starts to disintegrate. We have developed two methods. One is a lab one which studies the influence of different factors on impregnation. Second is a simpler method. It's used during impregnation. It's used to impregnate archaeological objects. Here's an example. It studies the temperature influence on the speed of saturation or impregnation, and the next one is about deals with the conservation of an archaeological object. With the optimum amount was 150%. Once we obtained this data and we built a graph, we see this, and it shows that the amount of preservatives was optimal. Impregnation of wood in tubs starts with a slow concentration, and then it goes up incrementally. Increase of concentration due to evaporation of preservatives or colorants, and we did it stage by stage. Back to the method of control that I mentioned. When we were developing it, we were following the law of conservation of mass and energy in isolated systems. In an isolated system, the mass and the value are constant. In this system, the impregnated wood, we see exchange processes between moisture and wood. The mass of solutions can change because of evaporation or other factors, but the amount of polymer primarily introduced is a constant. And this is the principle, the underlying principle. If the mass of the solution goes down, the mass of the solution in wood goes up. Hard to perceive, I know, but take a look at these graphs. I'll make it simple, like 1, 2, 3. Say you have a liter of consolidants of 10% with a concentration of 10% with 100 grams of polymer. After a time, we determine the amount of polymers in the solution. It's 90, so the 10 grams has gone somewhere. Then it's 10 grams less. It's 80%, 80 grams, sorry. And this is how you determine the amount of consolidants in wood at any given time. This method shows that the amount of polymer in wood is calculated in a percent mass. In wet wood, it's the mass of dry wood. To compare the velocities of impregnation of archaeological wood by trihalose and PEG 1500, we sampled 4 wood items similar in degradation in mass, and they were impregnated in trihalose and PEG 1500, and in the same technological conditions. The first pair was laboratory preservation and for lab control, and the second one for the simpler method. The second one but we only used the first method. Same mass here, same volume, same physical properties, same degradation. The results of consolidation of wood are introduced into a table. For PEG impregnated wood, it's table 1. For trihalose impregnated wood, it's table number 2. Based on this data, we can build graphs and see the dependencies. Each table of 4 samples, we have data, physical properties, degree of degradation, and impregnation conditions. You see the planned consolidants to be introduced into wood, 160, 180%, at a temperature of 40 degrees Celsius. This has to do with the fact that trihalose, or conservation of wood in trihalose, happens at 80 degrees Celsius. It's Natalia who helped me with this, so I'm asking her. We do not support impregnation of wood at high temperatures because it leads to disintegration, to already disintegrated wood. Many restoration organizations do not have great baths, heated baths, like Hermitage does. Mostly it's some containers that can be placed closer to a heater to heat it up a bit. But we're process engineers also, and we cover a great circle or range of restoration material. So we decided to pick 40 Celsius. We knew that we'd face biological challenges because it's only natural. This table shows that we met with these biological challenges right away. It says that at stage 2 for PG, there is a smell, there is some dilution. The second table at day 10, for trihalose it was at day 7. We introduced some boric acid because we do not support the introduction of organic antiseptics. I'll tell you why if you want to know. Boric acid works well, been tested many times by us, and this was enough for 10 days or so. We did not introduce any more of that, not to mess with our regular calculations, if you know what I mean. So at an interval of 7 to 10 days, we increase the temperature for 1 day to 60 to 70 degrees, and this is what helped us deal with the biological side effects. And this table, let me scroll down to the bottom of it. This table shows that we planned about 160, 180%, but we ended up introducing 190%. We could have removed our sample at day 10 at 160% of consolidants introduced, but since it was kind of erratic, and because of the circumstances, we didn't remove it when we wanted to. Same table with the same wood properties for. But here we have trihalose. 200% of trihalose was introduced in this case. The samples were then removed from the bath, from the tub. We have these 5-liter cans with the samples after they'd been removed. The samples were first dried in soft conditions, in higher humidity, and we have a sensor for that. With the suction, periodic suction, sample number 3, poor little guy, it had been impregnated with trihalose, so you can see this film of biological traces. The day following, when we put a cap on the samples, you can see that all these spaces have these droso formations, dendro formations, I think, and these samples are dried up to the equilibrium state, to an ambient state. We know that wood is hygroscopic and its humidity is ambient. Sample 3, sample 1. You can see the state there. All data on drying was introduced or put together in this table. We started out the drying under the cap. In open air, it was in thermal humidity conditions, starting from 50. So the mass of the samples changed based on the thermal humidity properties of the wood. The same table for trihalose, and now I'm continuing. What now? This table demonstrates the following. The amount of consolidant that we calculated during impregnation for PEG is 190. This is the formula. For drying, after drying, it's a bit higher. Same goes for trihalose. And it's the remaining equilibrium humidity that made the figures a bit higher, and it accounted for all invariables. During impregnation, we obtained quite veritable data. And this is a graph we built based on these tables. And I hope that these data are correct. Let's hope so. The data shows that there is no big change in the speed of consolidant impregnation of consolidants. There is a tendency toward a growing speed when we're talking about the impregnation with trihalose as compared to impregnation with PEG or polyethylene. Well. In order to stop damage of biological process in the bath, Trehalose is preserved at 80 Celsius. The temperature condition in this work, was out of line with the other technology that had been developed before for impregration of trehalose. So the biological film that developed at the beginning, during the early phase of impregnation, stopped introduction of trehalose into wood. But PEG is more resilient to that. It lacks this film. So if you remove the biological problem at once, the speed of impregnation of wood with trehalose could have been higher than the values we obtained. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. Just a short remark. Sugars have been studied for a while already, and now the leaders of studies of sugars and practice-wise, there are scientists from Japan, and in terms of the modified sugars, significant and complex work was executed by Imatsu, Ite, and Fujita, and Hungarian scientist András Morgas worked with them. I shall also say that every method has its pros and cons. They all work to preserve wood, but we select the method based on the condition and the volume of the wood, price of works, presence of the equipment. So there are loads of criteria to select on the method, whereas today the trehalose method has been approved, especially in the hot and humid regions, because PEGs they are more liquid, but trehalose is more stable in hot and humid conditions. And I would like to thank our Japanese colleagues, especially Ito-san, for the study. And we continue our section. The next report is the experience of the preserving of wood of the 16th century building from the Moscow Kremlin. Mr. Vladimir Koval, Panchenko Konstantin, and Sinitsina Natalia. The report is delivered by Mr. Panchenko. Thank you so much for welcoming us to the magnificent city and magnificent place. Me, as the archaeologist, I will tell you more on our archaeological works that we did in the Kremlin, because the layers of that time of early Mongolian stage, well, it's quite a rarity for Moscow, and there are quite many of them for the 17th century. So the 14th century and 15th century are presented not that widely, and that was one of the most significant situations when we, in the severe conditions, we were able to dig out and to study such a unique object on the territory of the Kremlin. The works were delivered in a very severe conditions, hard conditions. The depth of the layer was of the Borovitsk hill, so the thickness was 12 meters next to the slope and up to 9 meters at the side of it. So you can see the depth of the excavations. And the works we have started from 5.5 meters. So this is the chronology that I show, starting from the earliest levels. So this is the first ancient, is like on level 7 with a magnificent wood preserved, and that's how the fencing looks. Which is the first quarter of the 14th century. You can see how well preserved the wood is. there are, so it, as you can see, it was burnt, it underwent fire, and then a great preservation of the wooden walkway inside the yard of the house. But there was an additional layer to it in accordance to the wood that we have found, but it was not preserved. We can clearly see here on the slide, so there's absence. So it was not used for a long time, as we can see. We take it out and gave it to the museum for the restoration. Another layer, next one, we can see not only the fences here, but the parts of the houses already. Residential house with well-preserved walls. The floor was destroyed by fire, so it was we were unable to conserve it. But another walkway, it's oriented differently, and it's made from the slabs, and these wooden slabs, they're not that well preserved, so the destructive of wood sucking in water, so the thickness is not big of the wood. And when we take it out, so we were unable to take them out in a way so that they are not demolished. See here, they are positioned very well, but practically when studying the lower points, they look here, they look great on the picture, but the log that you can see, the foundation on which these slabs lied, so it was good. So this log has a deposit there where slabs fit in. Plus, the soils are very water-filled. Consequently, in between the partially maintained walkways, we found beautiful items. This like comes off top of the ornament. We were able to excavate it with a part of the soil and have given it to the restoration. And that is the building. These are the remains of the wood and logs of the house and what was inside it. So the finishing inside tells us that that was a house not of a poor person, because it had rich ornamentation inside. There was a wooden bowl found, and the logs were, well, they were quite well. They felt quite well. And there were different conditions, and I will mention at the end. The next is the fencing, which repeated the previous fence that we have found. It was just renewed when the house was constructed at this level. So the next level, it has obviously nothing. There were fragments of the residential house, fragments of the wooden walkway, but fencing was not maintained. So, because it was going almost into the sand, and the condition of wood, it was really just, breaking in our hands. The next level is related to the big fire or there are not many wooden structures,
Вы видите вещей, связанных прежде всего
but there is a big amount of items related to weapons, like arrowheads, and unique findings related to weaponry. There are belt buckles, placard with gold, with dragons, armor, arrowheads, and spearheads, and another layer of the wooden construction. So this is the most recent one, falling into the 14th century. So the structure is made out of two slabs. So only the joints were well preserved of the bottom logs of the house. Plus you can see the part of the supportive structure of the roof. So it was burnt a little bit. So we have taken just the cross sections of the logs, plus this part of the roof. And the next levels refer to the time of Vasily I up to 1413. It can be well dated by the coins that we have found. And over here we see a number of fences, a split of one of the houses into two. The structure, the most interesting one, is they're marked with 7 and 8. So rarely observed thing. We can see the vertical slabs and the logs that adjoin them. They're not kind of dug into the place, into the pocket, but they were vertical holes bored to connect them. So these are like not like the logs, but they're like half logs with fixtures placed into them. They were partially destroyed, and next to the structure there's a bottom support for the ladder. So that is the support of the ladder with the classical two parallel holes to install the ladder. So this whole thing went into the restoration. This is a small volume of those wooden items that we have found during the archaeological excavations, and on the process of conservation. We have unique conditions here because the depth was very big, but the width was only like 2 meters. So this is a deep trench, very narrow, which always had low temperature. But the works we started at the end of January, at the end of 20th of January.
И самые первые
We started, and the first buildings, the earliest levels, and the earliest layers, like part of the house, part of the upper layers, and other wooden items, they were extracted, but we were unable to move them So in this construction trench, they were just lying there, and naturally, at the low temperature that was in March and February and even in April, it was not higher than 5 degrees, but it was +5. They were gradually drying, and that played a really positive effect. Now, so the logs of the house and this unique structure with the vertical, so it's in a good condition due to the fact that it just stayed there for 1.5 months there in the trench, and it was just gradually drying. And the history of restoration of named after Grabar, they didn't have long containers to place our findings, to place our logs. What they did is they 6 times they have impregnated them with polyethylene glycol, and that was enough. And now this wood feels very well, and the wood that was very water filled or destructed, so we were unable to save it, because even on all of the indicators it was, well, it was extremely saturated with water, way above the limits. And because the trench was, really was covered with water, we were pumping out water first from 1 meter to up to 1.5 meters in terms of the volume. So this is it on my behalf, and I would like to thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Konstantin. Quite aside, you talk about the wood you impregnated with peg. What was it? It was pine, many varieties of pine, some remnants of birch, some for hydro isolation, but mostly pine. It's a unique experience because we did the same with the Pizarric wood. In the field we did a few treatments with and impregnations with peg 4000. It dried in the conditions of dry Siberian winter. Great result. But we were being more courageous about it, I would say. It's a great thing it worked out for you. Thank you.
Следующий доклад, опыт работы мастерской.
Next speech. Experience in the workshop of conservation and restoration of wet archaeological wood and leather of the Novgorod Museum Reserve. Ekaterina Koslosnitsina. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. 100% with the waterlogged wood in our museum is due to Emma Kublo, restorer. She was born in Kotelnitsky, November 2nd, 1940. In 1965, she graduated from the Department of History of the History-Philological University, and she tied her life with archaeology. She joined our Museum Reserve in 1969. Then she went on to be the manager of the sector, then the manager of the storage department. Emma Konstantinovna knew archaeological items well. She took part in the expedition of the Novgorod Archaeological Expedition. She had this great trait. She was a woman of her action, of her word, theory into practice, here and now. While working for funds, she became a restorer of archaeological leather items. She was awarded the qualification category. The first one. The restored items are still on display of the main exposition of the Novgorod Museum. and are exhibited much. Emma knew how important it was to preserve, study, and publish archaeological findings from different organic materials. The most vulnerable were those of wood. The first archaeological major works on Slavny in 1932 showed how the Novgorod cultural layer is saturated with organic materials. Wood, bridgestone, cobblestone that needed to be preserved. After the war, when the city was being restored, the most ancient parts of it were also studied. Lots of findings were taken from the culture, dried, fixed, preserved in water. But it wasn't exhibited much. It was studied mostly. In the 1970s, the Novgorod expedition started cooperating with the Minsk institution, which developed the method of stabilization of formaldehyde acids. But their methods were lacking a bit. Change of color of wood from natural to yellow, then to reddish brown, hard to produce, utilization of phenol spirits, and their harm for the body, human body, and reversibility. Western European countries developed methods of conservation of PEG and using freezing. In 1993, the Conference of Novgorod and Novgorod Land, History and Archaeology, the researchers from the IMKM University of Novgorod, Bekok and Sodikau spoke at this conference. They talked about the basics of the new methods. Emma became fond of it. From 1995, the Lab of Conservation of Wood of the Novgorod Museum Reserve started integrating the method of conservation by PEG and freezing. There was no information, just lots of wooden exhibits awaiting conservation. It was okay. Emma became a restorer, and she channeled all of her energy into this work. She convinced Nikolai Grinev, who was the head of the Novgorod Museum Reserve, that their lab could follow the European methods. She was supported by Professor of MGU, Mr. Horoshev. Emma visited the Department of History and Culture of the University of Trondheim to see it for herself, the equipment, the results. The chief scientific consultant was Roar Sutterhaug. There was no ready equipment for the lab, but buying all of this from abroad was not possible because of lack of funding. The organizers decided to adapt different mismatched equipment to the need of conservation. They supplied this device. It's a big airtight camera chamber with a vacuum pump going from plus to 0 temperatures. Between there has to be a condensator, a trap, which traps water vapor as ice, and it defreezes. We couldn't put it together back then. Another smaller vacuum chamber was made of a medical autoclave like this one. It has no ice trap. We bought Atlant freezing chamber and 2 industrial freezing chambers. 2 stainless steel tubs were bought, one of them with heating and the function of keeping a set temperature. We're still using this equipment. Emma retired at 70 years of age, but she stayed active in the propagation of her experience with archaeological wood, consulted people, took interest in archaeological findings, new materials on restoration and conservation. Emma passed away on November 6, 2021. Let's illustrate the use of this method at our lab, based on some findings. In 2014, an expedition did excavations of the Middle Age Novgorod. It was headed up by Mikhail Olenikov. The featured samples of wood came from one site with wet cultural layer. They can be extracted during the field season. To keep it safe in the field, you have to keep them in water and change the water. 216 items from wood ended up being restored in our lab. Some artifacts from the 11th century, you can see them there, fragmented, cracked. The bowl they looked like this. Similarly sized items are conserved together. And we follow the pictures from archaeologists. I will take pictures, the museum photographer takes picture of them. All of them were put in PEG 400, 15% solution. Then the concentration was up to 30% by adding more PEG. In order to avoid mold, ketamine was introduced into the solution. Impregnation of 6 months. Then the samples were taken out of the solution and put on filtration paper. All of the fragments were frozen in freezing chamber at -18. Then they were taken to a vacuum chamber. The temperature was increased to 0 incrementally. This is when the intensive evaporation happens. Their form, their natural color, and the ornament were saved. Then the restoration work started. Remnants of ground and soil were taken. Cotton swabs were used to remove PEG. We used the solution to get rid of the crack on the handle, and we also got rid of the cracks. When working with archaeological items, we follow the principle of minimum intervention. Working with large-sized findings, instead of full impregnation, we use saturation or irrigation with PEG, and we use a brush. And we daily increase the concentration of PEG in order to stop accelerate drying. We use a firm film. If it can't fit in a tub, it won't fit in a freezing chamber. During the cold time of the year, you can use the natural cold by storing it in a cold room. To restore doors, they were found from the 14th century cultural layer, found in 2017. These doors were not a rare finding, but much like large-sized architectural items, they were fragmented. These ones were made from pine. They were well preserved. All the components, they were used near the porch. We used tap water to clean them, then brushes and cotton. We could not dismantle them because the wood was bloated. Then each item was placed on a table, covered with a film. Then we saturated it with PEG 4000 by brush daily. Then the doors were dried in the open air, covered by film, regularly inspected. The doors were conserved in full assembly. They were conserved in full assembly. It allowed to avoid deformation. When drying, It shrank a bit, the wood. There were some fissures that could not be removed. This timely conservation eased restoration, no deformation, no cracks. We just brushed up the cracks. I think I'm going too fast, you know. The cracks and the longitudinal fissures are not critical, and they are good for further exhibition. Restoration of waterlogged leather and wood has been around in our museum reserve for 20 years. We have developed our methods. We get stable and predictable results. Sometimes we call ourselves a workshop with a production cycle. We have 2 persons conserve up from 500 to 900 samples from archaeological expeditions in Veliki Novgorod, Starый Rus, and some other sites where we have the wet cultural layer. About 400 new items pop up in our museum. Challenges, restoration challenges. Conservation of archaeological findings that are made of several components that require different conditions. Black metal and wood is a common example. You cannot conserve large-sized items that cannot be frozen, but we're still getting the hang of it. Sometimes items end up in a very bad state. Archaeological say that they could not store them well in the field, and because of bureaucracy before handover to museum. Lots of our machines are mostly mismatched and makeshift and need fixing. And when the National Historical Museum, named after academician Yanchin, will be solved, when it's built, this museum, this problem will be solved because our museum and our lab and our workshop on the restoration of waterlogged wood and leather will be moved there. Thank you. For such wet items where the metal cannot be removed, impregnation of tricholos is very suitable. Okay, we wrap up this section. Now we continue our conversation outside this room, conference room. Enjoy your meal.
Прошу внимания, если вам нужно...
Of attention, if you need to sign your business trip documentation, you can do this at the registration desk.
Уважаемые коллеги, мои часы...
Dear colleagues, my watch show that it is 3 p.m. Today. We the schedule is quite dense. There's loads of reports. There's not much time, however, and I would like to request all of the presenters, please stick to the timing. And as we did in the previous sessions, well, like before lunch, we won't be able to answer questions straight away. But if we stick within the time limits, then there will be additional time for questions and answers, because 2 reports out of those that are applied, they're not going to happen. This is the report of Tatiana Nikishina and Artur Chubur. So they won't be presenting. Artur Arturovich have sent a poster report. There on that board, you can have a look at the poster presentation. So we hereby start, and the first reporter, in accordance with the program, is Leshenko Nina, archaeological wood from medieval sites of Primorye in the Russian Far East. Please.
Good afternoon, dear friends. I greet you at this great conference. Okay, let's talk about archaeological wood from medieval collections of the Far Eastern Primorye. I don't think many of you know much about it, and unfortunately we lack great material like what we have heard before, but what we're gathering grain by grain from medieval monuments is what I would like to present today. Anyway, we all know that archaeological wood is preserved best in wet layers of soil, and monuments in such soil in the south of the Far East is the Krasninsky settlement. The Krasninskaya settlement has been dug up for over 30 years, yielding the most interesting of items. Today I will talk about only archaeological wood from this monument and some others. While we were digging the foundation of an edifice, we came across a wooden pole in the ground. It was one of the wooden columns of a cult structure of a temple that used to be there. This is the map of the Krasninsky settlement, and this is the temple. There you can well see the furnaces, a well, the main temple, and other structures. One of the quarters yielded during excavations the remnants of an ancient well, and down below we found a part of its wooden structure. It were 2 reeds, 2 beams and planes, and the flat surface was inward. In the northern angle, the wooden beams could be traced by the plane with its edge. A wedge was put in it for structural integrity. During the disassembly of the foundation of the well, we found this wooden bowl on a substrate. Well, you all know, you are used to wooden findings, but to us it was a surprise, and we were overwhelmed with joy because it was handmade, and it is part of our medieval exhibitions across many exhibitions. We were given 17 samples of wood from 5 places of gathering to determine the wood. It was provided by Svetlana Anchkova from the Дальневосточный Far East universities. Radially, tangential, and longitudinal sections were used for structure. The structure and the twining, for which we were given 6 samples. It was made of oak. Filter 1 sample. To analyze, for analysis, we were given fragments of a wooden vessel. It was made of maple. This series of materials was obtained during excavations of this tile chamber. It's unique for the Far East, for Primoria, for Russia also. It was on the site of a Buddhist temple. There we found an underground room, square-shaped. 2 to 3. The walls were made of tiles. Under the floor, there was a coal-fired wooden structure. 110 centimeters was the width of the remaining part. On the structure, we found there were archaeological vessels intact, a few of them, and it was adjacent completely to the northern part of the chamber, the whole structure. There you see the tile chambers and the wooden structure. The structure was made of a number of parts, wedges, planes, with finished edges. The longitudinal, radial, and tangential sections were examined. 40 to 45 degrees were the section of the edges. Some of the sections there were seen traces of twin bill, axes, and knives. We also determined in our botanic lab, by Alessa Bondarenko, a candidate of biological sciences, she determined that out of 10 samples of wood that had been provided from the overall structure, it was made from oak, which can be well determined. So the location of the vessels in the shape of triangles were seen there, and it had large beams, radiuses. Just in short, I would like to tell you that this chamber gave us unique archaeological information, and what I'm presenting is a tiny little bit of it. In this tiny underground chamber, there was this figure of a monkey and its children. We had these edges of arrows, handcraft, tools, spades, and this is a field for games. Gaming field characteristic of Oriental countries, bronze, findings. These are unique things that we have put on display in Japan and Korea. And it drew admiration at each and every exhibition it went to. The components of this wooden structure that we found in the chamber morphologically and treatment-wise put us in mind of components of the wooden structures of the Kraskinsk burial site. It's located around the Kraskinsky settlement. There is a number of burial sites, about 150 of them. Only 2 of them have been excavated. And while we were digging up the first one, there we found a well. And the components of this well and those of the burial site and those of the settlement and the components of the structures we found in the chamber are quite similar in terms of fixture or attachment. And the burial site, however, was from later times, dates back to later times, and so there is a slight succession or a line of succession between the settlement and the burial site, are located around the settlement. Polyoxytenic examination of the remnants from the remains of from the Kraskinsky burial site was performed. 56 wooden samples were obtained. 8 types of wood was identified. The burials usually, or the graves usually used pine and bamboo types. For wedges, it was willow. For stronger ones, it was birch that was mostly used.
I can just tell at the burial ground within the structure of one of the graves we have found a unique spot. It's the back part of the saddle that was well created with similar inputs as all of the surrounding structures. I shall also note that certain fragments and certain materials were found at the So this is the Kraskinsky burial ground. So all of that is coming from Kraskinsky burial ground. And that is the back part of the saddle. So it was quite well preserved. Here is coming from the well, from the burial ground. And as I've said, this Nikolaevsk settlement 1 and settlement 2, and over here we have found various fragments made out of wood, handles, decorating elements. Also the residues of the sleeping parts, slabs, birch bark. Out of them we were able to identify the parts of the knitting machine. Unfortunately, these are some of the materials that we were able to find at the monuments, medieval monuments of Primorje region, but we do hope that further expeditions will give us additional materials and we'll be able to present in the future at these magnificent conferences and communicate with great specialists. And I do hope that the next report will be interesting as well. And I would like to thank you for your attention. Please stay with us. Well, you really have compressed your presentation, so you deserve questions and answers now. So everything was very, very rapid, and I do believe that there are questions maybe on methods, on processing of wood, maybe some other aspects. Well, one or two questions we would like to ask, if any, of course. Well, no one is asking any questions. Then accumulate the questions for the future, and thank you so much. The next report is online. This is our colleague from China, Yang Bingluo. Preliminary conservation of the findings from Sansindui. I believe that it is going to be explained. Is China connected, guys?
Есть контакт.
I'm very happy here to share my presentation. As one of the greatest archaeological finds of humankind in the 20th century, I think many people are very interested in Sanxingdui ruins. It was unearthed once more in 2020. My topic today is about Sanxingdui Ivory and Sanxingdui site and its preliminary conservation. There are three parts. First, let me introduce something about Sanxingdui. Sanxingdui site, a very famous ancient Shu cultural site, located at the Sanxingdui village, Huanghan City, southwest China's Sichuan province, 40 kilometers north of Chengdu City. The name of Sanxingdui came from the three mounds, which arranged in a straight line and like a three golden stars. We can see from this orthographic image, Sanxingdui site is composed of several large relic areas, which covers 12 square meters in total. Life went on here about 3,000 to 3,200 years ago, according to the carbon-14 dating data from number 3 to number 8 pits, which equivalent to the late Song dynasty. The ruins are believed to be the remnants of the ancient Shu kingdom. There are 8 pits until now. Number 1 and number 2 were excavated in 1986. Number 3 to number 8 were excavated from 2020, and this work finished nearly now. It was said that the local people named Yan Daocheng who dug out accidentally a number of jade objects in deepening an irrigation ditch in the spring of 1929. From then on, the research and discovery of Sanxingdui civilization was opened. Since 1980s, continuous archaeological fieldwork have revealed that this site was an ancient city with rammed earth walls, dating to the Shang period. In 1986, archaeologists found 2 remarkable deposit gates, number 1 and number 2, yielding more than 1,000 artifacts have been unearthed. including bronze, jade, gold, along with cowrie shells and elephant tusks. Most of these artifacts are truly extraordinary, stimulating long-term continuous research and intense discussions all around the world. Aside from pottery, jade, stone, gold, and bronze objects, there are 8 elephant tusks and many ivory objects from these 2 pits that garners people's interest. Just as shown in this picture, the typical ivory beads unearthed from number 2 sacrificial pits have a diameter 0.2 to 1.2 centimeter and their length about 1.1 to 3.1 centimeters. The beads usually are long drum shaped, painted with black circles on both sides. Ivory was a symbol of wealth in ancient China. Ornaments and jewelry ivories belonged to the noble class during Shu Kingdom. When the ivory beads were unearthed, they were mostly placed in bronze ritual vessels as offering to the god. The maximum diameter of the elephant tusk is about 13.8 centimeter and 112 centimeter in length. Since the ivory pieces were burned before they were buried, most of its dentils have been damaged. The 17 tusks were unearthed from number 1 pit and 16 unearthed from number 2 pits. However, all of them were water-saturated state. And this time, this ivories lost water very quickly after being unearthed due to no suitable conservation method at that time. Hence, no ivories were preserved from these 2 pits. There is another story. In 2001, water-saturated ivories were excavated from Jinsa site, which is located in Chengdu city and about 40 kilometers from Sanxingdui site. At that time, conservators used silicon to seal some ivories temporarily. However, we can see from this picture, the orange color is no longer there. Both the ivory and the silicon became yellow color now. Let us turn to Sanxingdui. This research work showed that these ivories were Asian elephant tusks. What's the function of these ivories and Sanxingdui? Someone guessed that the big standing person hold the ivory, which used as their substance and believed to be eminent, the body of the spiritualist medium during sacrifice. In order to understand Sanxingdui civilization further, the second excavation began in 2020. And at this time, a big archaeological campaign was set up, which could control the temperature, moisture, and microbial growth on site. The unearthed work process could be recorded carefully, and the unearthed work could be carried on methodically at the same time. The overall picture from number 3 to number 8 and shown in these pictures, we can see that the remaining objects were piled up very densely. The elephant tusks were burned at different degrees. Most of the tusks were impregnated by copper rust and showed green color. Surely, like number 1 and number 2 pits, many gold, jade, and bronze objects were unearthed from these pits. Now let us talk about the overall picture of ivory. As we showed before, ivories were scattered all around the pits except number 6 and were piled up. Most of them were burned and impregnated by copper rust deeply. At the same time, there were some small ivory objects too. The disease for the ivories include cracking, color change induced by copper rust, microbial, flaking, crumbed, crispy, chalking, charring, etc. Due to this, ivories are very weak. All of them are water-saturated states and preserved in a bad situation. And for the conservation, fragile archaeological site object should include extract these ivories from pit to laboratory and first. Second is how to take measures to conserve these ivories in the laboratory. So the first step is to extract them from the site. Otherwise, these ivories would be lost water and crumbed. Traditional methods and archaeological sites including using molding jacket and temporary consolidation materials such as gypsum, cyclododecane, menthol, polyurethane foam, etc. Obviously, these methods and materials are not fit for these fragile ivory pieces. As we know, with the development of medicine, there are more and more new technologies was used. Polymer bandages are used and temporary fixation in medicine. This gave us some new idea, and it was proved to be very useful. So the first step for extracting these ivories is separating this ivory from its environment with bamboo leaves to clear surrounding mud. However, the ivory could not be exposed completely, otherwise it would be broken. And in this step, only 2/3 of ivories were exposed. Second, using special pin to let pieces of gauze to pass through the ivory. These gauze act as supporting materials. Third, isolating ivory with fresh film. This fresh film has two functions. First, keep ivories in the water-saturated state. The second is to avoid to contaminate nature. Fourth, fix ivory with polymer bandage. The medicine polymer bandage was cut into 10 to 15 centimeter length according to the size of ivory. After soaking polymer bandage in water, put it on ivory surface immediately. At least 3 layers of bandage were used to make sure to support the ivory body firmly. Due to polymer bandage consolidate quickly, so this process must be conducted very quickly. When finishing fixing, wrapping the ivory with gauze once more. And for the larger tasks, bamboo strips might be used because the bamboo strips was soft and could be banded randomly. After 20 minutes later, the polymer bandage consolidated completely, clear the mud, release the ivory, and turn the ivory to the other side, then extracted ivory completed from the site. Finally, put ivory into the wood box with sponge, pasting moisture cotton towel on the ivory surface, biting the whole box, and transported to the laboratory for further sorting. The cleared tasks are stored in a special warehouse or refrigerator with low temperature and high humidity. Due to there has no suitable method until now, there are many scientists are cooperating with each other to find ways to consolidate these ivories. Now we conduct some preliminary work and make some progress. First, we can characterize these ivories and its environment. Analysis of the soil showed that the water content of soil were higher than 20%, and the pH of soil is a little higher than 7. This result shows that while the ivory kept in a water saturated and could be kept in a relative integrity conditions. Then some scientific analyses were conducted to understand the situation of ivory. SEM showed that the remaining centrum has been attacked by altered microbial. There are some pores on the surface and some microbial attached on the surface too. The cross-section of the ivory showed clearly the layer structure. Some proteins still remain in the dental tubules, and a well-developed pore structure could be filled with water and kept ivory in a water-saturated state. Micro-CT images show that the structure further, the layer and the pore structure are very clearly. FTIR shows that except the hydroxyapatite, some organic materials still remain. XRD shows that most of the hydroxyapatite still keeps in a crystal structure, and TG result could confirm the water content and prove it to be a very copper rusted impregnant into the ivory. All of these scientific analyses gave us some clues to consolidate this water-saturated ivory's nature. Just as I have said, the ivories were in an water-saturated state, so dehydration is very important to consolidate the whole task. Our present work is to solve dehydration and consolidation at the same time. The method to conserve water-saturated lacquer wood is very successful in China. Our work is to use this method for reference. I think we will solve the problem in the near future. I wish the epidemic could end as soon as possible, and you can visit us in the near future. Thank you for your attention.
Большое спасибо.
Thank you so much, Yangbing. Please stay connected. I believe that we can ask questions straight away, because our Chinese colleague, she won't wait for an hour or so. Please, dear colleagues, if there are any questions, please ask.
У меня такой вопрос.
My question is as follows. My name is Dana. How did you maintain from delayering, and what did you do for the preservation of tasks? And what compound, what solution did you use for macro CT? So in the solution, I mean.
Thank you for your question. Yes, we want to know the whole structure of the water-saturated states. And so, and just as I have said, the water-saturated state lost water very quickly if we leave this the pit. So we must know how the structure of the inner structure of the ivory. So we use the micro-CT. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Если еще
Are there any more questions? I have a couple of questions. First of all, can you please clarify the location of this archaeological site? Because we in Russia, we are not quite familiar with the geography of China. Is it south or north of the Yangtze River?
Maybe I wish you can visit us after the epidemic. I will show you more clearly.
So where is it located in China? Is it northern China or South China?
Southwest of China,
юго-запад.
Eastern province.
Понятно. Это как раз
Yes, this is clear. So this is territory where there are still elephants, but there are a small amount of them there, however. Do we have the connection? Yeah, we still have the connection. This is very good because I have the second question, which is quite a provocative one. So you were showing us a magnificent hangar that was created. So that was constructed from 20 to 2022. How did you do it during the pandemic and the lockdowns? That was quite an amazing thing.
Yeah, it's a very interesting work. So I think that this is the first archaeological camping show to the whole of the world. It can be controlled, the temperature, moisture, microgrowth, and the archaeologists and the conservators can work in this camping very comfortably on this side. So this work lasts nearly 3 years. Now it's nearly completed.
И вам пандемия не помешала?
So, and the pandemic didn't matter, right? It did not affect the works, the pandemic.
Ну, замечательно.
If we cannot extract from the site, we can extract the whole of the object to the laboratory. So it's very convenient for us to do the research work and archaeological scientific research work.
Бесценный опыт.
Very valuable, invaluable experience. Thank you so much. I would like to cordially thank you so much for a great report. And yes, thank you so much. And the next report will be delivered by our colleague from Senegal, Aimé Kantoussan. Please, he will tell us on the archaeological research in the Saloum Delta, please.
The floor. Before my presentation, I want to thank for the staff of the organization for giving me the opportunity to talk about my research and learn, because I avoid that I'm learning right now. Okay, I will talk about our project, our current project. We're doing research in the Saloum Delta. So before I start my presentation, I will briefly talk about the plan of this presentation. Okay. So I will talk about 4 points. First, I will talk about the main sites, the main archaeological sites in Senegal. Like he was wondering about the China, I will take the time to precise the archaeological sites in Senegal and make a sort of presentation of the Saloum Delta and the archaeological research there, and talk about our primary results and what about the new discoveries. So I will start by the first. I will start by the archaeological sites in Senegal. The works of the archaeological works carried by Martin Becker and Martin in the early 16th show mainly 4 provinces of archaeological sites. So we have what they call the Tumulus Ira, as you can see, and what they call also the remains village just in the north, and the megalith in the center and west of Senegal, and the main sites, which is the topic of my presentation, the shell middens located in the Atlantic coast. So concerning the shell middens, so this is a short presentation of the sites, each one. The megalith zone located between the Salum and the Gambia River. It's covered than 40,000, less than 40,000 kilometers square. And the area of Tumulis, the area of the remains of village, and also the area of cluster or shell middens, and the fourth item. So I draw a shape of different potteries we discovered in all the four provinces. So you can see in this image the four regions. In each region, what kind of pottery you can discover most. Knowing that in the others region, we can find potteries coming from, for example, from the Atlantic coast. So it's supposed that there was a trade between them. So talking about the Salum, talking about our research in the Salum Delta. So the Salum Delta is along the West African coast of Senegal, between Joal and the Gambia River in the south. It is an original mangrove environment crossed by multiple water crosses and tidal channels. The Delta stricto sensu is located in the 30 degree and the 14 degree latitude, and there is 3 major sedimentary units green mode. And to talk about the Salum Delta, this picture, you can see in this picture, I mean the main sites we surveyed, and also in the next picture I will show you, you can see how it looks like. So the mangrove is so characteristic of the delta landscape, essentially comprise 3 species, Rhizophera mangles, Avicennia nitida, and more rarely Rhizophera racemosa. Old and current shell middens and the village are colonized by Adonsania digitata, as you can see in this. As you can see in this picture. In the picture of the middle, you can see it's very easy to locate a shell mound. So, is it possible to? It's not possible to. So, in the picture, I just want to show this part. It's not possible. Okay, so. So let me continue. So, in some cases, oil palms, the herbaceous layer comprises band of different species, different on the salt content. The borders are populated with halophytes. The sandy soil with a little salt concentrate, the adron po gagne. The dominant soil under the mangrove are acid sulfate. The acidification of which is due to the oxidation sulfides. The Salum Delta extending over a little more than 2,500 square kilometers and has 3 main water courses. The Salum Delta in the north, the Jombos in the center, and the Banjala in the east. Let me come back so you can see what I'm talking about. It's the previous. It's the previous, no. So these 3 rivers are connected to the dense network of channels called Bolong in the local idiom. The delta has 2 large groups of islands separated by the Jombos River, including the Gandul Island and the northwest, and the Betanti Island in the southwest. with the islet of Guk, Putak, and in the Jombos. The inventory of Martin and Baker and the work of Tillmans and Decker have contributed to the knowledge of the shellfish heaps of the Salum Delta, whose chronology now cover more than 3 millennia with recent research. In this region, the mounds, which are anthropic platforms resulting from the disposition of marine shells following their exploitation, have sometimes become true artificial islands. As you can see in the former picture are shown. This one. And in this region, the mounds which are, no, I already read this. On some of these islands have been erected burial mounds with multiple burials, not necessarily simultaneous, associated with a rich and varied furniture. Without being as spectacular as the megaliths, they remain no less monumental. So I will talk about now the survey conducted in the area. So the archaeological research program on the Ujere Bolong is the result of a collaboration between the Museum of Black Civilization in Dakar and the Xiamen University in China. The Ujere Drainage Archaeological Project was designed to shift perspective from single sites to the region. In this case, the Bolong Ujere drainage by investigating the long-term dynamics of the local shellfish economic via found-turning, motorboat, and pedestrian surveys. Detailed sites mapping and record and excavation at 2 case sites. The research reported here presents new details on the structure of large shell midden, including detailed stratigraphic section, activities area, and material culture. The analysis of shell size variation along the stratigraphic column of the largest midden allows for modeling the reason for the punctuated nature of shell middens formation, relatively short periods of exploitation, followed by longer periods of abandonment. Finally, it's shown that shellfish exploitation started 10,000 years ago during the early Holocene, much earlier than the formation of the Salum Delta as known today. The formation of cemeteries with burial mounds occurred early in the second millennium, supporting the Jorong Bumak second siege. So here you have some example of our shape, the shape of how they call it, the shell mounds in the delta. The results obtained so far exciting new perspective on the archaeology of the Salum Delta shell mines. The exploitation of shellfish started in the early Holocene, some 10,000 years ago. The long pattern of their exploitation obtained from the trench at Ujere and Bumag revealed punctuated use with short periods. I read this already, sorry. I'm a little bit messed because I'm reading in my tablet. So this is some discovery. In the first picture, you can see what we suppose it was a family, because you have a kid in the middle and 2 persons in the sides. So in the first one, we imagine that this one is a man, in the middle, the kid, and in the left side, a woman. And we have in this skeletons, we discover all this range of arrows and some copper, how they call it, artifacts. And also we discovered some skeleton. We discovered a lot of skeleton, yes. But I mean, this is the completed skeleton we can show, because the others are burned and broken. So what about the organic materials? So for the organic materials, we didn't find a lot of organic materials, because like I explained in the my last slide, the soil are very acid in Senegal. So it's not, we found rarely pieces like this I showed. So this industry, the bone industry is discovered in our first field work. And as you can see in the next picture, you have arrow, you have harpoons, and lot of them are intact. They are not broken, because the layer we found them is in calcaire. I don't know the word in French, in English, calcaire. So it's very interesting, because they are intact, and also we don't did a lot of laboratory work to preserve them, because the bones are in calcaire and we found them in the calcaire layer. So they don't need a lot of laboratory work. And this is how we present them in the museum presently, in the Museum of Black Civilization. The soil acidity and several other factors accelerate the degradation of certain artifacts made of organic materials, such as fabrics, wood. Most of the archaeological sites in Senegal are located in rural areas also, where population practices seasonal agriculture. Other sources of destruction of archaeological sites are field works. So, what about our new program of research? The first archaeological works in the delta, in the Salum Delta, our focus is to know if these shell mounds are anthropic or they are just natural, because most of the ossuaries found in some of them are closed, they are not open. So people think that this kind of shells are anthropic. But when we start doing research and start finding bones, not human bones in some of them, so we are just trying to prove that these shell mounds, as people think, are not natural but are anthropic. So thank you. If you have any question, I can respond.
Thank you very much. Our foreign colleagues stick to their timeline organically. They're perfect about their timing, but thanks to that we can ask questions. Any questions?
Реставрации, консервации,
Mostly we have specialists here on restoration and conservation, and you are more about archaeology, but we also have archaeologists here. Is everything clear? I have a question.
вопрос вот.
My question is this. We understood that there could have been farms that grew mollusks, but this is something in between a consuming commercial site and a production commercial site. But are there any traces of any cattle growing sites, any other animal husbandry growing sites, or do you think the people fed only on mollusks and not on everything else? Or maybe they were fishermen. Anyway, my question is, what about cattle growing and what about animal husbandry and the farming there?
It was just for exploiting the horse. We didn't found any site with a a sort of how they call it, élevage, where they grow ostriches. No, we didn't find. But also we found a lot of bones, animal bones also. When we were doing research, we found a lot of animal bones.
Это домашние животные.
Is it wild animal bones or homegrown animal bones?
Animal bones, wild animal bones, and also big fish bones also. We found big fish bones. And they use also big fish bone to make this kind of harpoons. Yeah.
Спасибо, спасибо большое.
Thank you very much. Oh, we have a question.
Сейчас в микрофон, а то...
You showed us radiocarbon datings. How accurate are those datings? Because, radiocarbon datings are calculated in a certain way for fish or sea dwellers, and in another way for, like animals.
Thank you for your question. When we were doing research, we found a lot of chocolate. And in Senegal, we have the carbon 14 laboratory at the University Sheikh Anta Diop. So all the data, carbon 14 data are shown here are from chocolates. And in the sites, when we were doing research, when we found chocolates, for example, we put it in how they call it again? We manage the artifacts where we want to date. Where we want to date, we manage that artifact, took it with precaution before giving it to the laboratory of carbon 14. Sorry, my English. If it was in French, I can be very clear.
Спасибо. Есть ли, коллеги, еще вопросы?
Colleagues, any more questions? There being no more questions, let's thank our colleague from Senegal.
Теперь после...
Okay. Following this great purely archaeological reports, we need to move on to the most important thing. How do we get funding for this? Alexey Novoselov and Artem Chernega, attraction of grant funding for archaeological work. TOTSMA experience. Alexey will be the one making the report. Good afternoon, colleagues. Well, indeed, thank you for the chance to speak. We have people from Senegal to Totma. Totma is located in the Volga region, Russian north. I'm not an archaeologist, I'm not a restorer. I'm the head of a municipal museum of Totma. And I'm here because my life has basically made us, given us the necessity to do something about the items we find in our excavations. And but I'm not here to talk about that. My colleagues, archaeologists, will tell you more about the items we found. But I will be telling you about the most important thing, because I'm here representing a municipal museum. And colleagues from Russia, I guess, know what I'm talking about, but colleagues from abroad should know that there are different tiers or levels of funding, and municipal museums are not concerned with excavations. They are worried always about hiring the right personnel and staff. And most museums in Russia, including in historical cities, are municipal museums. And when the head of a municipal museum wants to talk or raise the issue of excavations, administration representatives say in return that the museums take up way too much funding. Why spend money on excavations and something? So this quote we have here says, I want to be an archaeologist. It's like you dig up a pit, then you put hoe back in it, and that's it. But it's not all, as easy as digging, just digging. There are municipal museum heads who want to develop and study history. Because Totme is a historical settlement of federal significance, even though the museum is a municipal one, so we get no profits. So we need to look for funding. Finding a sponsor, a big sponsor in a city with a population of 10,000 people is hard. There is no major industrial enterprises in our city. Crowdfunding to attract money from the people, but who would do that? How do you convince the people to give you money? The best available option would be to use the funds that the museum makes. Our museum makes about 3 to 4 million rubles per year, but this money is used also for other needs like repair works, because our building is an old one and excavations are not the priority. So grant funding, grant money would be the resource we could use when it comes to excavations and archaeological works. You know, grants are attracted for different purposes. Archaeologically, it's not much. And usually it's about 100 million rubles, the overall amount. But we would have never found this money were it not for the presidential grant and the charity fund of Vladimir Potanin. We usually work with industrial archaeology at this salt production factory. Maria, my colleague, will tell you more about this tomorrow at 11 a.m. But I'm telling you about how you get money here. Colleagues, I just want to share some life hacks about that. The projects we draw up are culture-oriented, mostly aimed at interaction with the grassroots, and the archaeology should stay outside of that. I disagree, because archaeology can fit into anything if you have enough imagination. And archaeology can also be part of grants, surveys, excavations, gender datings can be fit into a grant or an application for a grant, but you have to basically provide the right rationale for that, depending on the grant you're looking to get. Archaeology is important, you know. Speaking of grants for realization of socially significant projects, and most of the grants are like this, you have to explain how excavations could be of use to the community. Apart from this, there are grants for creative industries. I think you hear this expression a lot. It's gaining momentum, this expression, and sometimes you can basically fit excavations into the creative concept of the application for your grant. And the Totma salt production factory, what we do there, we are creating a new social space here. We're building a new space here, which is happening together with the excavations, and so the rationale behind this is the creation of new space for the community people, for tourists, and since we cannot recreate these structures without knowledge, expertise, first we have to dig deep. So don't be intimidated by your desires. You can make some unobvious expenses part of your application, and you will make it. The same goes for working with archival documents. It's quite often without archival documentation, you won't get to the bottom of some problem. You won't be able to implement a socially important project. But what body do you file an application from when your museum can't do that? The answer to this, you have to be friends with non-commercial organizations, because non-commercial organizations are the entities who or which can help promote museums, including in small cities and towns, and you need to build some rapport with them. Everything we do at the salt production facility, I mean the grants we receive for that work comes for another association from our city, and we work with them, and these funds don't come through our budget. And this is very good legislation-wise. Back to creativity. No creative project will be hindered or tainted by some scientific idea. As for the presidential grant or the charity fund of Vladimir Potanin, if you want to apply for their grants, you can incorporate some excavation work or archaeological work into that. It works. There are also some other popular initiatives. Sometimes you can doubt things. Sometimes you have to doubt something and maybe you will dispel some myths. I mean, the idea behind your project could be dispelling some myths and solving some problem. And they are quite popular. They receive a lot of grants, and maybe you will also end up digging up something very worthy. There are also lots of competitions for grants. The presidential grant has given us money for 3 years, first for this survey, then for 2 excavations. The presidential Foundation of Cultural Initiatives, the charity fund of Vladimir Potanin, which is aimed at the recreation of different sites, like industrial sites, and this year we received 2 million from them. The Timchenko Foundation is a charity one, and it has one of its domains has to do with engaging the youth, archaeology, restoration, conservation. Sound like a good occupation and calling for youths, for delinquent youths, for example, for socialization. And the list does not stop there. You just need to have enough inspiration and desire, and have to be confident that you will succeed. And that is that. Thank you very much. I have it's an interesting report. So how much money can be obtained? Let's think of a serious, to the point question. Someone over there has a question. Thank you for your report. I have two questions. The first one, how many applications they come up with, and how many of them comes through? Is it you who does that, or you have a person assigned to that? Writing applications is a lot of work. When someone is just complaining about the Totma Museum receiving 10 million, believing that the director will embezzle some of those funds, what I say is that, do you have an idea how much work it took? But we have a team of scientific professionals. They're not so many, only 16 persons. In federal museums, the teams are much bigger. Usually we put together a team of 3 or 4 people, myself included. But all of our people are involved in this application forming work. We win lots of grants. Some of them are not so tightly connected with archaeology. About 50% of our applications used to win. Now it's 80 to 90%, and it's shaping up to be a problem for us also, because we're taking on too much maybe, and it's hard work. But it takes experience. Sometimes you have to burn some candlelight oil, do it at night. Sometimes you do it on the train. And there was a second question. No, that summed up both of them. Okay, I think you just have to go to Totma, get hired by the museum, start writing applications, and, get a piece of the cake. But of course, it's part of your official salary. If anyone wishes to do so, feel free to join our team. Colleagues, here's the thing. Natalia Irkina is not coming today, unfortunately, because she's the deputy director of a major institution, so she is in a lot of meetings, and the next 2 reports have been cancelled. So we have a slight change. So instead of these 3 reports, we will have the report of Armand Modin, who is now with us behind the podium, but it doesn't mean that he will get 3 times more time. Conservation of archaeological materials during Moscow Kremlin excavations. Well, the title has been changed a bit, actually, and I'm not the only author of this report. It's the product of the work of a team of people. My report is on objects and wooden items gained during excavations in the large square of the Moscow Kremlin. The excavations happened in between 2019 and 2021 by the Moscow Archaeological Institute. It's located in the eastern part of the Burovitsk Hill. Its square is about 300 square meters. The cultural layer in this part of the Kremlin is about 6 meters, and in the deep parts it can go up or down to 9, depending how you look at it. It dates back to the early Metal Age and to the medieval age, starting from the 19th century and up to the modern times. Starting from the 14th century until the first half of the 18th century, we've been finding wooden items in the layers of the early Metal Age. No such items were found in the layers of the middle 18th century. We find usually construction debris formed on those sites because of heavy construction works. Wooden items are located across a square, across the digging site in an uneven manner, so to say, and here is the diagram or the scheme of the excavations, and you can divide them into a number of groups. Wooden layers, remnants of on-ground structures, some cellars, poles, and some wooden items that are elements of structures that were there. Most of the items that we found are parts of payments from the 14th to the 18th century. Not well preserved. The wood, the boards are very, very soft. It's basically, they're flaked up to a few millimeters thick. Some objects allowed us to identify the wood type. Most of them were built from pine types. One of the payments was made from birch boards. The next category of objects are on-ground structures. We identified 4 such structures. One of the structures burned down during a fire. We found charred logs and boards, and the remaining 3 structures are not well preserved. The worst of them in terms of preservation was a structure dating back to the 18th century, and much like in the instance of pavements, the wood that the structure was made from was preserved in the form of just flaky material with the with charred material, very flaky. The pavement and the structure have one thing in common. That is the same layer of deposition, which really damaged them very well. They are in the upper part of cultural layers. This is where we found them. There we have dry culture. It's flaky black soil with sand, with partial sand and organic material in it. And the structure, the next structures that were below the ones I just mentioned, are more preserved, like that structure from the late 15th century that is basically the foundation of a furnace covered with wood and on a wooden structure or substrate. The wood is much more preserved here. However, it has changed and deformed considerably, and part of the structure has degraded into flake, but still part of the boards and logs have maintained their structure, and this structure was found in a different cultural layer that was represented by thick black soil, brown soil with many organic materials in it, with a high content of organic materials in it, which was also had burnt clay that the furnace must have been made of. The stove must have been made of, which I think has kept it well, has helped keep it all well preserved. Another structure dates back to the 15th century, the beginning or half of this century. It's preserved even better. It's located on a small isolated site of this excavation site. We found it 6 meters deep, not too deep, and preserved our logs, the logs that made it up, and the cultural layer where we found this structure was a thick soil with lots of splinters and manure, signs of manure. The next group of edifices is seen here. It's cellars down in the ground. These objects are preserved best of all. We found 5 such constructions. In the southern part of the site, we studied a group of cellars from different times that came one after another, and the one that dated to the earliest times, to the middle 14th century, can be seen here. It's not so much so well preserved, I gotta say. It's also, you know, soft, flaky wood, and much like the pavement, much like the 16th century wooden structure, it was found in some flaky soil with much sand. The cellar from the 15th century was preserved much better. Well preserved here are some of the logs, and this structure, you know, even though they were adjacent to each other, this structure, this cellar, unlike the other one, was sealed by this thick layer of ground or of soil with a high content of soft wood and manure. In this regard, in this respect, in terms of how well preserved it was, or how well preserved they can be, another structure from the middle of the 15th century is a good example, and I'm gonna show it to you now. It went through both of the previous two structures. One of the angles of the cellar that went through the 15th century cellar, sealed by thick ground or soil with organic materials and soft wood. It was well preserved. I need to say that the other angle of this structure that went through the cellar from the early 14th century, that was found in the flaky, sandy layer of soil, was, you know, was mostly squeezed by this ground, and it was not so well preserved, and the upper parts of it were mostly, what remained of them was mostly soft, flaky wood. And in this part of the site, one can see how different in terms of content, dry cultural layer can lead to different kinds of preservation of wood. The other two cellars found in the northern part of the excavation site are seen here. The first cellar is from the middle of the 16th century, the biggest one, 5 meters long. It was made of 17 wreaths and pine logs up to 35 centimeters in diameter, and the upper elements of it and the logs of the transverse beams that were in the flaky, sandy cultural layer were not that well preserved. They had degraded and deformed considerably and had lost their shape as well. As you go closer to the bottom, the logs, however, were more and more well preserved because the soil became thicker and the content of it changed, which helped decrease the inflow of oxygen. So below, the logs were preserved as they once were, most like that in their original form. And the same can be said of this other cellar from the 14th century, with just one wall of it remaining. The other group of structures are poles. Is made up of balls. Most of them were fixed as pole pits. In some cases, however, we managed to fix the wooden poles themselves. When I say fix, I mean find. Just a handful of them, but still the poles that were found standing under the ground, as it were found in thick soil, saturated with different types of organic materials. And the last but not least is the category including different items made of wood, most of them coming from different items of structures, like ladders found in cellars, boards found in the cellars. Some of the items were found outside these structures, including this fragment of a ladder and other items. Another object I would like to dwell upon, as it is of interest, is this birch bark leaves that was found from the 14th century. It's not part of any structure. It was separate from any structure there. But ethnography would suggest some of the uses it could have served. And you can see them there. It could have been used for paving some territory, for hydro isolation, for as gaps or gaskets between the lower wreaths of or elements of the upper elements of buildings. It could have been used as a gasket between the window pane and the window itself, and for some other purposes. And the Moscow Kremlin excavation site granted us a number of different wooden items. The degree of wood preservation varies from item to item. Some items have their wood fully flaked. Some edifices gave us wood of better quality, and all of these objects were found in a dry cultural layer, and this degree of preservation, I think, comes down to the content of materials of the soil where these materials were found. In our case, however, we can see these dependencies. The least preserved were the objects found in the cultural layers full of flaky soil with large quantities of sand with minimum organic material like coal, splinters, manure, and the objects that were deposited in thick soils with a high content of organic materials were preserved much better. As we kept at it, as we went about it, we did everything we could to extract these items from the cultural layer with the most precaution to keep them safe, and these objects were then handed over to the center of Gerbar for further restoration. Now they're being preserved there, restored there, and some of the items that we have found have already been restored, and now they are going to the Moscow Kremlin Museum. That's it for me. Thank you. Thank you, Roman. As a co-speaker, I would like to add that what makes these objects so interesting is that not their degree of preservation, but what makes them really interesting is that they were found on the territory of the Moscow Kremlin that was off limits for excavation works. You know how it was kept during the Moscow Kremlin. You could not excavate anything there during the Soviet times. During the 1960s, for example, they did manage to find some part of an old edifice, and this sums up everything they have ever found there. It was never restored, just they took this part of the building there, it dried up, but since the logs were 50 centimeters in diameter, they were still well preserved, even though they were not preserved well by the people who took them up. And what this report said marks the first academic excavation, academically organized excavations, thanks to the decree that came from the President of the Russian Federation. In the center of the Kremlin for 3 years, in the large Kremlov square, they were excavating. Now it's stopped. Its further fate is still up in the air, but it has the potential to become one of the exhibits of the Moscow Kremlin that any visitor will be welcome to take a look at. The worst case scenario is it will be just filled up with earth again, and masked from the common gaze once again.
Микрофончик, пожалуйста.
Microphone? Questions? Thank you. Thank you. Some clarification. What was preserved? Some of the edifices or some of the items? Because you said some of the edifices were not well preserved to start with. You know, to restore, restoration-wise, all of these items were preserved. All of that was handed over for further restoration and conservation. And some of, along with some other items that I didn't show here, and some of the parts of this edifice also, some of them were taken for dendrochronological examination, and some parts of this edifice were preserved as well. Any more questions? If any? Okay, thank you.
Ну, и мы пойдем тогда таким образом.
And then we'll continue as follows, so that the archaeological, because we're not going to, we'll mix the archaeology with restoration. The next report will be done by the Lazovskaya, Vladimir, on the experience of sugar conversation of the late Mesolite of the wet wood, issues of preservation and a scientific potential.
Добрый день, дорогие коллеги.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I'm an archaeologist. I'm not a restoration worker. I'm dealing with the peat monuments of the late Mesolithic period related to wooden structures and artifacts as the objects, well, the ancient of the Neolithic worker, fishermen and hunters that lie within the waterlogged horizons. So they're quite rare of them, but there are tens of them, mainly on the territory of the forest area of Urals and Eastern Europe. However, not all of those monuments, they have objects from very fragile materials affected by stability of the layer, presence of oxygen, speed and type of accumulation of the residues. Is one of the most widely renowned Anthracopylacti, Mesolithus, variety 1 Mesolithus, peat point Vis1 Mesolith, Stanovoya 4 and Ivanovskaya 2, 3, and 4. This is Neolith and Mesolith. Sachtish 1 and 2 Neolith and Mesolith. Usviaty 4 settlements. Naumova, Dubakraev, and Sertia 2 Neolith. And Zamosty 2, that's the Neolith and Mesolith. However, the good conditions when we extract the items, we shall consider that the wood of this age, the majority of it, is way degraded, so the form is kept because they are filled with water, and water evaporates. We lose the form of it. Particularly the experiment of the natural drying of the cross-cut of 83 by 64 just with the water filled branch, aged more than 8,000 years. So to 10 by 10 days, it shrinks by 28%, and 30% radially it shrinks. However, the The losses were in the radial tiers, and it's 264 degrees, 2 diameters I have measured. The green one and the yellow one, they turned it to 2 radiuses. So these 10-12 days of the uncontrolled drying can be critical for some items and change the form and dimension of the articles. This object was one of the many findings of the wooden objects on the Zamostье 2. The site Zamostье 2 is, and I acquainted the auditor 2 years ago. It's located in the floodplain of the modern channel of Dubna River, canalized, and you can see the research and the cultural layer of 1 meter of therids underwater, and they are covered with the pH is 7.6, so it's covered with peat, and you can see that the remains of them is higher than in the Neolithic periods. That might relate to the anthropogenic factors and the aspects of formation of the residues, and not only to the decrease of the water level in the river. So the deterioration of the wood and the wooden structures since the first day of excavations have set the task to search for the means and methods to look at the having a big scientific potential. So there was sporadic usage of the following methods of conservation with various grade of efficiency. Year 1989. So we found them. They were filled with polyethylene mesh, floor slabs, and then covered with sand and left like that. So when we were able to uncover it in 2010, and the results of the work of the Belarusian Technological University in year 1991. The studies were preserved in the lab of the Archaeological Service of Freiburg Canton. And the peculiarity of these works, they were discussed before. What's important is the attempts allowed us to maintain around 40 objects, to preserve them. At the second stage of the site, we had to preserve the complete collection of the wooden artifacts and I started the program of conservation wood with sugar. No previous experience, I didn't have it. The initiator of this program was the Swiss archaeologist Mr. Dennis Ramsayer, and the consultancy was done by famous restorer Beat Ug, and I'm very grateful to them. So it is a matter of rapid start of the stabilization of the wood right on site, or when it returns to the city conditions. In my opinion, preservation, it has to be fixed in terms of its behavior and its looks for each wooden object after visual examination and approving the document as artifact. We have issued the card. In the first stage, the following information was included: a number, date of description, cultural layout, square, depth, name, dimensions, as well as cracks that already exist there, damages during clearing of the object. Also, it was fixed the length in situ, width, the number of days after cleaning, dimension of all of their fragments. Then the information had a subjective side, and the terms were quite intuitive, as the condition of the wood as rigid, dry, soft, non-soft, corrosion, huminic acids, even, uneven, etc. The second stage into the same card, we included the storage conditions before the conservation and as well as the commencement of the stages of conservation, solution, behavior in the solution, the date of the beginning. Then the conservation was fixed in the separate documents on tanks and other compounds. Now a couple of words on the process of conservation with sugar, because the proposed lab methods was adapted to the existing conditions. In the first place, before the start of the conservation, it's like 2 or 4 weeks, they were stored in a sealed bag with a small content of water. Fragile items were treated straight away. They were put into the tanks with 50 to 70% of the sugar solution. Very rarely it was less, depending on their conditions and water content, because it was dependent on the type of degradation. The higher the concentration, the softer they are. Then we were measuring the sugar when we firstly prepared the solution. So impregnation was done at the temperature, room temperature, with gradual heating up to 70 degrees, in line with the renewal of the solution with the replacement of the sugars. At the same time, we were controlling the state and conditions of the objects, and all of the observations were recorded. Once they were filled with sugar, the concentration was increased. Sugar was added, 100 or 150 grams, if antiseptics were not used. So the end of the conservation was identified by the stabilization of the solution. So the density must be 70 to 75%. And when we're putting the wooden item at the bottom of the tank, and the sound conditions. Crystals of sugar, small crystals of sugar, were observed sometimes at the surfaces of the object. Conservation to have taken from 5 months up to 2 years. Then they were dried in the natural conditions within 2 or 3 weeks. Upon completion of the process, the items were dried in natural conditions. Sugar residues were removed from the surface with a wet sponge. This within 5 years, I have accumulated quite a large database. So within 5 years, 211 items of various shapes and purposes were processes. So now 5 years after, I can sum up in the table. These are the measurements that were made from the extraction before the conservation, and then currently spring last year and autumn this year, 1 or 2 millimeters in one way or the other. They can, I can say that the dimensions did not change. As a whole, out of 180 objects measured, only 17 of them were 10 change of proportions, and 9 because of the significant cracks, and the other one because of the drying of the degraded surfaces. Now have a look at them in more detail. At this picture, we can see the arrowheads. We can see the hog head decorative unit. So the preservation of the surface is very good. At the cone and at the arrowheads, you can see fine marks from treatment. Another examples of the creation. So at the plate we have the ornament coming out. Before the preservation it was not noticeable. At the cone on top you can see the cuts and cracks. Another, on the objects on the left from the mesolith, it didn't have a good condition. You can see damages, dents from the roots, and the cut, and the surface is quite washed. Over here, on the negatives of chopping of those poles, you can see the traces of the axe, and after the conservation, the bark remained quite well. Over here, the residues on the small fragment on the pole on the left, you can see small remains of sugar. That relates to the breach of the conditions of storage in the museum, which happens quite rarely. Number of problems. I shall not forget the archaeological layer. They can go there not in the perfect conditions. So there's an object that has like a really washed out surface with a hole in it. Plus we can see the corrosion and the physical compression that was damaged during the digging out. So the sterns, we can see the drying that has resulted in the crack. On the image on top you can see it, and the fragment of it where there's a radial breach. Fortunately, it didn't change the shape of the object, and the modern cracks, particularly cross cracks, and the dents related to the breaking of the item. At these, they have cracks from drying. It is a result of the concealed ancient damages. Among the serious problems, this is 8, 10 or more centimeters of objects filled with water because the fungus have led to deformation. 3 objects were lost. Outcomes: replacement of water contained in the water filled drives into sugar in the non-lab conditions is the most simple method of storage of fragile wooden artifacts of small sizes. Comparison the data on the condition of the item allows us to say that the form was not changed. In 90% of the cases, they were not dried, and the condition of surface is there. It's available for technological analysis, which is of the utmost importance for archaeologists. The objects became rigid, they became solid, they can be displayed in the museum and done various archaeological and botanical researches. At the same time, the artifacts treated with sugar, they have a larger weight than when using the other methods. And comparing different methods and conditions of the restoration works that were used in Zamostye II settlement, I'd like to draw your attention to the fact that the weakest part here is not the form, but the surface of artifacts. That stores the majority of the valuable information on their manufacture and their usage. Even the items having a perfect form, they have lost this data on surface during storage and conservation, including drying and removing the solution from the surface. The advantage of the usage of sugar is the control moment of the start of the restoration works and monitoring of the conditions of the items since the moment when they were excavated from the ground. Thank you so much. Dear colleagues, do you have any questions? I'm not sure about the high concentration of sugar where you start. So you start with such a high concentration. That is for extensively wet wood, right? When I was doing the report, so we start with small concentrations. And why? There are lots of cracks that I've seen on your items. It's not a fact that they were initially cracked. when we submerge our item into sugar of high concentration, then there's exchange processes, and the water having the smaller molecular weight, it exits out quicker than the sugar penetrates the item. So the cracking starts in the tanks. That's what I have experienced. Well, that's coming from my experience. So next time when you will do it, try starting with small concentrations and then raising them gradually. So theoretical aspect. So we are quite limited in time, and I won't say how we decrease the time of impregnation of the wood, of filling the wood, because, well, you know, there's a exchange process. We start with a small concentration. The exchange processes commence, and you see the schedule like that. The graph goes like that, and then like that, and then until it reaches the break-even point. So there is like a stable solution. So nothing is coming in. So we need to find time without waiting too long, when there is equilibrium state, when you go to the next stage. I'd like to answer your question, really. Yes, please. Well, you know, I do experiment, and I'm aware of all of the process that we need to increase the concentration. So the cracks that you see, this is not a result of submerging them into a high concentrate. And there was the maturation. So I was controlling. I know all the cracks, and I controlled them. And the cracks that have appeared over maturation. Mesolithic, it's way more degraded than the medieval age wood. So the amount of water so it allowed me to start with higher contents. The excess water that was there, the concentration of the solution was falling down, and I had immediately like semi-dry. I started with 30, with 40%, but they were excessively wet, and and it's a long story. And the fact that I was adding like 70%, it went down to 40 or 50% because of the amount of water. So it's a matter of usage in my conditions. Exactly what I said. It was 70 and it became 40. Why is that? And because the water is coming out. That is the excess water. Water coming out from wood. That's it. When the water exits, the concentration drops down. You might have the high concentrations, but please consider high concentrations. They will increase the cracking. And it was well checked in all of the methods and based on my experience. Another question. There are quite many of them, I believe. If we need to get rid of sugar, do we need to deposit it into the water? Like if we want to do like a carbon nuclear analysis. This is a reversible process, yes. We can get the water out. Well, that's not my task, however. Is it an advantage? And you believe in some aspects, yes, that might be an advantage. We'll get to learn to restore 100%. We can replace it with something, but this will come in the future, I believe. To support Olga Vladimirovna here, I would like to say Neolithic wood. Very often it's it's compared to foam, really. And what she did, it really works. I did the same on the Zamasti. I was not dissolving it like with dry powder. I was putting, and The dry powder was sucked in by the wet wood. There were no solutions used whatsoever. That's with regards to what she told us. And it is truly so, and that is the specific of Neolithic and Mesolithic wood. The second thing, in terms of biology, and in terms of the reversibility of the project, all of the sugars are reversible, but the temperature needs to be used a little bit higher than the end concentration. If you were like boiling the solution or heated it up to 50 degrees, you just increase it by 10 degrees. Tricolors, you heat it above 60 degrees, and then there is the return. Well, in terms of antiseptics, this is the saddest part. It was 1997, and my Swiss colleagues have said this is elementary. You just need to add fungicides. There was no internet. Fungicides, at some shop they say. So I was dealing, of course, I'm aware of it now, but at a time I was unaware of fungicides. You will know how to deal with fermentation. How do you see that the fermentation have started? How do you catch this moment, and how do you fight it? I'm not dealing with it. These are the results. Well, I need to tell you because I have the results 20 years after completion, and now I can say whether it was successful or not. Currently, I'm not dealing with it. So there are many of them and many conditions like that. And I can refer to my colleagues and to ask them how it is done. I still do not know what is fungicide, though. We have a full-on discussion here. We still have time. Just a couple of more. Natalia Anatolyevna, well, you know, this is a different mechanism. It's a different mechanism that you put powder on top of it. One is the water with conservant, and then the other one. What exits more rapidly? Well, practically, there is wood. It's almost all water. You put sugar into it, and it starts dissolving, and the water is not going everywhere. It like sucks in it into the moment. Very good solutionability, and it truly works. But the mechanisms have. Then the mechanism is different here, I can say. And the protection, well, it's not yet complete, but I believe, I know like the biostoppers and organics because it demolishes it even more. We work with the acid, boric acid, and we just need to select on the concentrations because this boric acid really it works well in Vitiger site, and the boric acid in Senij there was a development for the protection of the boric acid with tetraboric natrium. And really, why we don't take it? Because on my request in the Historical Museum, they have experimented with natrium bore because it changes color. The wood, the phenolites, with the active natrium acting, they goes into the dissolvable phenolites. So we just deal it with boric acid, but we need to select on the concentrations. That's it. The reason that I would like to say, out 210 objects, 211, around, say, 150 were very well preserved for anything. Some numbers they have degraded, but I believe that my method can be used as well and can be used quite well.
Let's thank Olga and everyone who took part in this great discussion that will serve all of us, archaeologists, restorers, well. Next speech, Nail Sadriyev, Andrei Stoykov, Sliding Transport on the Tatar Slobodka excavation finds. Nail Ravilovich will be the speaker. Good evening, everyone. We'll be talking about the sliding transport on the Tatar Slobodka excavation finds from Sviazhsk, in Sviazhsk. The Tatar Slobodka excavation site is located on the northern eastern part of Sviazhsk, and the archaeological findings have allowed us to see the following archaeological sections of accumulation of material combined into 6 layers. The upper, the second 17th, 19th centuries, the third late 17th, early 18th, the fourth second half of the 17th, fifth and sixth, they are between the 16th and the 17th century. The archaeological findings have yielded quite a collection of items that characterize the cultural aspects of a Russian town of the 16th, 17th centuries, and we found fragments of items that also were used for transportation, and transportation elements are very important as they characterize the climatic and geographic aspects of the region. On ground transportation elements and water transportation elements were found. 24 fragments of different items were found, all of them used for transportation during the winter time. So this Sviazhsk actively used skis and sleds and sleighs. The overall picture and the historical view of the excavation site can be seen here. All of the wooden items have been restored through all the phases. Over 700 wooden items have been restored and gone through all the phases of restoration, including water and dry cleaning, antiseptic treatment, gluing together an assembly so that they can be put on display. Sliding transport is a common term in scientific literature used to define small transportation vehicles which are propelled by sliding through the muscle action of a man or an animal. Sleighs, skis, and other types of transportations. Sleighs are a very common vehicle. They were used actively in Russia. We can see it from written records and from pictures. This one shows you fragments from a record, a poem from the 17th century, and a picture from Sigismund Giebelstein historian records, which also mention skis and sleighs. 16th century. It's backed up by numerous findings from excavation, dug up excavations. There were different types of sleighs for children, for transportation, for adults. We found no whole sleighs, just some of them. Elements of them were found. You can see them over there. 7 of them were reins, like beams with a closed end and a high head. Some of them were ornamentally, had some ornament. One from 46 to 140 centimeters was this average length. We never found the upper part of any sleigh. but it was connected to this element. The number of holes varied, 3 to 4 holes. The most number was 4. We found 9 of these, varying from 18 to 34 centimeters in length. All of them were different types of sleighs, transportation sleighs, big size transportation sleighs, small sleighs, and most of them were preserved in fragments also. Some of them, however, retained the upper wedge hole for connecting to the upper part of the sleigh. I need to tell you that ski sleighs were a common thing before the 17th century. Not only for fun, but also for military purposes and for administrative town work, basically. And different records, including from foreign travelers, mention sleighs, and they confirm and feature fragments of skis with fixtures and fastenings. 8 elements or fragments of skis were found. 3 were found with fixtures. 2 were connected to the socks with a ball-shaped attachment, and the other with a rear connection. Of the most interest were the foot pedal or pad and fixture elements. All the 3 types of them look like this. The first ski, you can see there's a thickening on the foot pad. The edges are cut. It's for decoration, I think. It's for decoration. And the master, the craftsman who built this ski, did this for ornamentation. You can see the side latitudes 20 to 8 millimeters are the size. Late 16th century, early 17th century is the time they were used. The second one is just one item. It's well preserved. 174 centimeters is the height. The foot pad has a slight elevation. The edges are cut, and the pad is narrower than the width of the ski. In the center, you have a rectangular hole. In the lower part, there is a vertical, square-shaped hole that goes to the edge of the foot pad for fixture. There is an over-through hole in the edge for fixture, I think, for attachment. Another element of this ski has a slight elevation. The edges are cut, kind of similar to the previous 2. There is one through hole, 26 to 8 millimeters for attachment. The grooves for attachment are in the lateral sections. All of them date back to the late 16th, early 17th centuries. Summing up, I need to tell you that the collection of wooden items of winter transportation vehicles are important for studying the culture of any town of the modern times. It just adds to the overall information that we have them. And this is kind of how we can find some new distinctive features, how we can learn more about the mundane life of the townsfolk in the late 16th, early 17th centuries. Thank you, Nail. Any questions? Nail, I have a question, more of a practical one. The fixtures, did call for some specific shoes to be worn, right? I mean, maybe I'm hinting at any boots you may have found, some specific ski boots or shoes. You know, I can't think of any record of any shoes like that having been found, not in Sviazhsk, maybe in some other towns, but I can recall no such thing. However, usually those were just side holes put there for fixture. Artyom Nikolaevich. You know, he is very intelligent, but I still remember my first skis. It was a big stake with a big hole in it, with a big leather belt in it, and you could wear any types of footwear with it. No specific shoes, come on. You just wear them and you ski. Any more questions? More of a construction-wise, any differences between the samples from the 16th century and those from the 17th century? No construction or design, I mean, changes we noticed, none, but those are the running type for running. And this one is, this ski, it's the only one. It was used for hunting because it's wider. It's wider, 13 centimeters, and the other one are narrower. They're narrower. No sports skis or anything? Okay. You didn't mention the type of wood used for these skis. Some of them were built from pine. Some are being determined, and that with the central hole. Do you think it was for the elite part of the townsfolk? I don't know. I mean, what would help me determine that is knowing it's red wood, I think, redwood. But knowing the exact type of wood would kind of help you understand how posh it may have been. Okay, there being no more questions, let's thank the speaker. We have only one speaker by 3 authors. It's online. Stefantsova, Kosarukova, Lukintsova. Valeria Lukintsova will be the speaker, I think. Will be representing the 3 of them.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me okay? Yes, we can hear you, but we do not yet see you. Yes, now we can. We can see you, but I cannot see the presentation. Just a second, I will put on the demonstration of the screen. And the presentation is not yet displayed. No, we don't see it, not yet. Don't worry, we still have time. Don't worry. So I did my best to switch on the demonstration. You've launched the presentation. You have to select the additional window over there, where there is your presentation, not just launch the demonstration. You have to like deliver a special selection. Then the demonstration first, and then you get the windows in. That's it. We see it. Well, the slides. Well, let's try clicking on the slides. Yeah, it works. It goes. Okay, very good. I represent the report from the set of authors from Tatiana Stefantsova and Kosarukova Natalia It's dedicated to the field conservation of Mesolithic bone items from the wet layer of Sopropel from Pogostische 15 site at the north of Vologda River. It is located at the Yeloma River bank, and Yeloma falls into the Vosges River. So it was discovered in 2011 by the Cherepovets expedition, Cherepovets University expedition. So there were some breaks we have uncovered of 590 square meters, and we acquired big collections of items from stone, lances, bones, bone, bark, wood, and we found loads of animal bones and fish bones. It is a multi-layered monument, and it's also peated. Plus the findings from the mesolith, they lie in the subpropel layer, under the layers of peat at the depth of 1.1 or 1.2 meters. The subpropel, there's a bit of sand onto it, so in the subpropel we find our items made from bone and from horns. This is so the middle of Mesolith. It's the end of 8,000 of years AD. So this layer is the items are quite fragile, made from the bones. But the majority of the items were broken. So that is the structure that we use today. So one side, so it's on both of the sides. However, many finds, they are damaged. The raw material, they come out as being damaged. The raw material is the bones and horns of the moose. Arrowheads are the most common that we find. There's another type. That is the majority is biconical and needle type. We have also other types, but from the bone to input into the micro slates, knives, spear-like objects. All of that is made from fractured bones. And the rib bones are also used. They were used as knives, and the collections were various pendants. The Pogostische 15 site has been examined for quite a long time, and we always faced the problem of maintaining the bone in a good condition. They are well stored, while in the soil there is no oxygen. pH of the soil is 7.3. Rib bones are quite fractured, however, items from rib bones, and they are found as being fragmented. And that relates to the arrowheads as well. Large items, when coming out of the soil and changing of the conditions, they started demolishing, they start cracking, they deformed, and we experience other losses of the surface. So these are pictured in situ in the layer. In the season of 2022, we used two methods of conservation of the bone findings, and the ones made from the horns of the moose. Initial approach, Stefanos was adopted by Tatiana Stefantsova within the course of Olga Shmur, And the second aspect is the use of primal solution usage. We tried it in 2021 for the first time to conserve the artifacts, which has the bone and the birch bark, and it is stable. This method Tatiana have studied at the course of Tatiana Vasilyeva. So how do we work with artifacts? So we take a picture of it, we clean it, and then it is protected from the direct sunlight that might damage it. Then the artifact is taken out from it. Then we cut the soil underneath it. Then they are put into the zip packets with water, and they go to the lab. In the lab, they are cleaned, they're fixed with photo and waiting on the electronic scale. And then we select the method of conservation. They are either packed into the bags with water, and then they are treated in the stationary lab in the city, or they are treated with primal solution. Knowing that it might crack when drying them, we made a decision to preserve them with the use of the chemical drying method. This method we used for other artifacts to compare the results, obviously. And the artifacts, they had with primal, they were weighted, and they were treated with 17 or 18 solution primal. When sold, it has a concentration of 36, so we dissolved it with distilled water. 1 to 2 water solution of primal can be used right after we dig them out of the soil, which allows us to strengthen the surface and to decrease the speed of the water loss. Because if we don't do it, they crack and they get deformations. After treatment of the artifacts, over a short time, they remained on the outer air to have the polymer film to be formed without the direct sunlight access. After it was complete, the artifacts were deposited into the hermetic zip locked bags, and they were fixed with the needles. So they were weighted, and the condensate was removed. Treatment with the strengthening solution was repeated 2 or 3 times. The process was continuing until the stabilization of the artifact. During the field works, they were stabilized as well. The larger artifact, we continued working them with stationary. To transport them, they were wrapped in single-use towels, white ones, and then they were put into the zip packets, and they were packaged into the containers with a soft paper inlays. So the primal solution was used to glue big fragments together after drying. We used 30% of primal mixed with ethanol acetone 1:1. Primal can also be used to fix the fragmented artifacts with soft tissue. The first experience like that was 1922. That fractured bone was treated. So the bandage was put, and then it was treated with primal. It allowed to take it out from the soil to fix the joint location of the objects and strengthen it. Primal in 2021, they're stable after the year 1 storage. They're proposed for the conservation in the stationary lab, and they were with Certadora Forte antiseptic solution, and then they were put into zip packages with lock. The items that were found cracks,
They were fixed with a thread, cotton thread. So also we were placing them during storage in the field in the containers with dry sand to protect them from damage. And this container was stored in a dry place, and that's how we stopped working with them. In the stationary lab there was a chemical drying performed. They were going into the ethanol container, and ethanol was changed to acetone, and after chemical drying procedure they were strengthened with paravoid solution, 30% of acetone, and depositing them into for 24 hours. After strengthening it, they were dried and then they were placed from the fluoroplast underlay. At this stage, there's possible tension points which will lead to the cracking, so we need to gradual drying. We were covering it with a plastics container, and then gradually we were increasing the access of the open air. This method of conservation of the bone from Pagostische 15, we tried it in the season of 2021-2022, and it gave us good results. Later on, the condition of the items will be controlled. First down, now I believe that the author's experience will be used for preservation of the bone artifacts from various wet deposits. Thank you so much for your very well-detailed report. Hello. After your conservation, do you have the matters of the analysis, and what are the perspectives? As far as I know, Mikhail Zhilin was really upset about paravoid glue. You don't see anything in the microscope. I was not looking at it. I do my best to win the stone here, and I really cannot say what will happen after primal with these findings. Will we see the traces of them? But after paravoid we can really track it down. But Mikhail was very unhappy with paravoid, with primal. Any more questions? There are no questions. Then thank you so much for your report. So we did a program. We finished with today's program, but that does not mean that we will leave the site, because we still have time here. We will go to dinner a little bit later, so we now can exchange opinions if there are any outstanding questions to any of the reporters, and if these questions were not asked, and not necessarily to the speakers of this session, maybe to the speakers from the plenary. We can ask them now, or if you wish to make some comments, please, you're welcome. The stage might be yours. Dear colleagues, I have a proposal related to the transport and preservation in the field conditions. Also, our colleagues, archaeologists, they bring to us almost rubbish, because they are non-competent very often in terms of conservation and packaging of the items in the field conditions. So I have a proposal here. And before, I was saying to my colleagues that all those things in the field areas, such as transport and how to bring it to the lab. Conservation has to be done by the restorer, by the professional, and do not put these aspects onto the archaeologists. They are researchers in the first place. They are not chemists. So it was proposed to take on the field conditions is to take it with blocks, starting with small blocks, and it was shown today with the medical bandages. It damages it. There are conservation in the field conditions for transport. Very cheap, very convenient, and very solid. These are, if it is a sand soil, so you put them into it and then you water it, and you make a conditions that and then you wrap the soil with the artifact, the damp soil, and you foil it. In a month or two it can lie in the shadow and nothing is going to happen to it. The only thing that might have a little bit of fungus while it is still there, it doesn't bring any harm. But to us, when they bring it to when it comes in such condition, it'll be way easier to work with us, because when we tell the archaeologists about it, they have heard something, they glue, etc. When they found something, they start impregnating it with some compounds, and then they just demolish the artifacts. So in our practice, we start from the small ones that we have started, and finishing with the big blocks that we were taking the artifacts, and they were with the dimensions up to 3 meters by 1.5 meters, weighing over 5 tons of weight, and it is delivered in a very simple manner without any additional techniques. 3 or 4 people can arrange it in such a way so that this the 5-ton blocks will go into the platform. It is in my reports. We can use this method. Many people use it. And what does it give us? We see when it comes to the lab. So this whole block that was taken inside, it was containing artifacts, and it gives us a possibility to study doing the X-ray films, computer tomography, examination, time to time, studying the permeability with the X-rays. Then we turn it around. This is very simple. There are no specific technologies that are required, and then there are certain items with which we can turn it around and examine it. If there are any problems, we can take a timeout, and in the lab conditions, everything is there so that it doesn't go off, and we need to look after it, not like in the field conditions. Consequently, we can make it cheaper. I mean, the packaging, we wouldn't need to bring additional materials. The soil in itself, it is the best packaging material. We just need to take the food film. So when we package it, it preserves the humidity and as a good packaging material, and it fixes it to the platform. So we make it easier for the archaeologists, and they bring good stuff to us that sometimes they wrap it like with toilet paper and they put it into the box, and very often they bring just rubbish to us, and it's very important. So the research is done in order to protect those artifacts which contain the information, and information is important that we might get from them whilst in the lab conditions. Using all of the modern technologies, we can study and take the information from there. Thank you so much for your attention. Yes, thank you. Maybe some other comments? Or somebody else will share their thoughts and opinions? If you allow me, I'll just say a couple of words. Today, very interesting reports were presented, and me being the archaeologist, it's more interesting for me to listen to the reports of the people that deal with conservation and restoration, because the archaeological material, I face it very often, but I don't face restoration every day. And not on every site, excavation site, we get items from the organic materials that require the restoration. And this is very interesting, and it's interesting because it's not very day. And when you face the problems, well, we really need to understand them. So thanks for everyone telling us about it. However, today I would like to draw your attention to 3 reports that I believed as being the most interesting as of today. They are not restoration ones. They are not on the restoration technologies, but they're more on the archaeology. However, they are having the utmost importance. Plus, important aspects here I would like to mention. The first one is the report of our presentation of our Turkish colleague, Mr. Koçbaş, about magnificent sites on Yeni Kapı. I've been there. I visited it at the final stage. I've seen it myself. And this, in my opinion, maybe unaware of something, but this, in my opinion, is the most grandiose and the most correctly organized excavations of such monuments, complex monuments. Okay, one ship, digging out one ship, it's one story. But when there are tens of them and everything is on one site, there are architectural aspects there, the Neolithic burial ground, everything is on one site. Everything has to be delivered with good quality and great respect to our Turkish colleagues. And maybe I don't remember in well detail, but when I visited the Yeni Kapı site, my Turkish colleagues have told me that and it is related to the construction of what? Metro in Istanbul. And daily, the metro construction company was losing millions of euros every day because of the archaeology. And it took a number of years. And it's really a good example of how you should treat archaeology. And very often in our country, in Russia, we don't face such an examples oftenly. Like for some years, the construction works were postponed because of the archaeology. Of course, maybe we do not have such an important findings as Istanbul or historical findings, but each country has its own history. So irrelevant of the ancient aspect of it, it is the history of the country, of your motherlands. So the excavations done by the Turkish colleagues, well, I'm exaggerated about it. I'm feeling great about them. Another report that I shall note, the presentation that amazed me a lot, but when you hear it from the stage at the conference, I mean the report that was delivered by Larissa Kaputsa about Novgorod works.
Great, we know what is a Novgorod School of Restoration. We understand the importance of it in Russia, but when you hear how they make from when you make the chambers for wood treatment, like you make it from waste, this tells it's not I'm amazed with how they survive and continue to work in such conditions with lack of funding. But I'm talking that's the attitude of the authorities to the needs of the restoration, specifically at such a point. It's very sad that today in the Novgorod Museum the situation is like, especially whereas now we get financing in the recent 10 years, the funding is quite well and we could organize everything, but it did not happen, and I feel very sad about it. And the saddest thing is that we shall not expect that it will change to the best. And the report number 3 that really amazed me is the report of our deputy director, Svengalata, in the Institute of Archaeology.
You heard it today. Asia Victorina raised an important issue. She's an outspoken person, especially when it comes to serious challenges, and the issue she raised today is a challenge, challenging museums that don't take large-sized wooden structures for storage. It's not that our museums are bad. They're not doing it out of some malice, or not because they have malicious people working there. They just lack spaces for storage of such big structures. They lack the conditions to store them, to keep them. It's not some complaint or claim toward museums. It's just another grievance, or should I say it's another open topic that we need to work on, because all bridges, all the dug-up bridges from Novgorod, it would take 20 museums like the one in Sviazhsk to keep at least to keep all the items from the Troitsk excavation site in Novgorod. But the landmark, the brightest of them, all those items, I think, should be stored, have to be stored. And we understand, of course, that this is a challenge that still requires attention, but we should call a spade a spade. Let's not look the other way. So the issue Asia Victorina raised is quite important, because she was taking the brunt of it when she was saying that we were violating the law by not saving or storing these objects, but we lack the tools to do so, and this is a thing that we could run into trouble over, because any authority could basically stick to the law, look at the law, and blame us for, or punish us for failure to preserve some major object. And this is my short summary of my impression of today. If you have any alternative views on these issues that I raised, or some other issues, let's talk them through. We have time, because I don't want my speech to wrap up today. Sessions. Doubts have none whatsoever. Okay, we have someone. I take issue with that. Our colleagues from Voronezh did it because sometimes you run across objects like one-time objects. I mean, what I mean to say is that, like, we're not in the production industry. You can't build a factory for that. Sometimes there are materials that need preservation right away. When time is of the essence, you don't have the time to buy any machinery or equipment because you're racing against time, against the clock. Because while you're doing that and training your people, artifacts will degrade. The machinery is very expensive. We know that. It takes time to deliver it, to set it up. So I believe it's normal what's happening now, given the circumstances, all things considered. And still, because of the warm relations that we have between each other, we have saved lots and lots of artifacts. I admire that. It deserves admiration. We shouldn't blame the state. The state cannot provide for all of our needs, right? Like you said, and I'm interested in both archaeologists, from archaeologists to restorers. They're doing everything in their power, and they've saved thousands upon thousands of artifacts like that. I'd like to thank you and my colleagues from Novgorod because they did a lot of outstanding things. In France, there is this best in Europe center, the best for conservation of waterlogged wood. Their lab is like a spaceship dock equipped with the most expensive of equipment, but their underlying principle is very simple. But their tubs are made of stainless steel. They use freezing and drying. That you rely on freezing and drying, and we do the same. We manufacture the same things, but for lesser money. But we did the same thing at our lab, but we had to do it once, and we had to wing it. But we had to wing it only once because we had only one major artifact that needed all of that equipment, and now we wouldn't need that equipment anymore. So I hope you get the point. So for Asiya, to complement what Asiya said, the Russian State Humanitarian Institute, the Department of Museology, I would like to offer you a point of view of a professor. The first thing that bothers me a lot, those who teach and those who train restorers, is the fact that today we are faced with the issue of training certified restorers following masters, following bachelor. Our country lacks a specific methodological training platform for students seeking such degree to get it. We all know that when a person ends up with museums, and then they're asked, do you have this degree or category? Because if you don't have it, you will be kept off from museum exhibits. I'm not going to talk about how it can be done because this is an issue that's been raised up many times before at any restoration meeting or event. But if some decisions were to be influenced at this conference, I would like this issue to be also raised at our conference, and maybe we could come up with some decision together. And the next thing that I think is of concern is connected to what our colleagues just said. What our underwater archaeologists are going to say about this? But they have a proposal. The system of restorers certification suggests that people should be basically work with some specific monuments. The Ministry of Culture has delineated or laid out a few domains for that. Most of us, the category that most of us have is artist restorer. Beams again. Most people get to work with beams. I mean, when underwater archaeologists, not much art there, but when you're working in the field, there may be some other things more interesting. So I believe that now it's time to lay down or start another direction for restoration that would combine normal archaeology, traditional archaeology, and underwater archaeology. If we don't do that, we're going to keep imitating artistry, but still we're going to be stuck with, tinkering with beams and conserving them, if you know what I mean. Thank you. Asia Victor raised an important thing. Lots of museums and museification projects give us a lot of options and ideas as to how we can keep working. And there are many large-scale projects in that industry that have a large potential for monetization. The museum in Stockholm is one of the most visited, highly visited museums in Europe with great profits, raking in great profits. Mary Rose also draws crowds, and this is not a state museum, it's run by a foundation. And basically, I think it pays off 60% at least, by 60% at least, and I'm being cautious about this. So it all comes down to this. The more often we meet and the more often we look at positive examples of conservation and museification, the more opportunities it would open up. I'm not an archaeologist by trade, but now I'm starting to see that Russia has great potential for opening up museums in dealing with waterlogged artifacts. And I would like to thank all participants, including foreign participants. Many of them have had to come a long way. Our guys from Syria, unfortunately, couldn't come. And I would like to also say that as our gratitude, we have dinner in the Tatar settlement restaurant. And before we call it a day, I would like to give the floor, the mic, to the moderator. Well, the moderators have their microphones, but the moderators can say only one thing. They can thank the organizers of this conference for organizing it all so well. Let's thank them. Applause. Let's close the session. Rima, good evening. I've talked to you many times by email. Rima, my name is Rima. I'm the scientific secretary of the Museum Reserve Sviazk. We have a very tight schedule, tight agenda. Most of you arrived just today or yesterday. It's been a packed day, and you're in for 2 more packed days. And today we're in for our excursion program, which will also continue for the next 2 days. Tatarstan is a hospitable land, and you will go there to Bulgar and to Sviazk. But today you're going to enjoy the Tatar cuisine, to the Tatar settlement restaurant. We will head there by bus. No rush. Get your clothes, get your gifts, leave the entrance, go to the left, and near the entrance gate there is 2 buses that will be waiting for you there. Thank you.